Tonight, we're heading deep into the woods, where a few bad decisions turned an ordinary trip into something far worse. These are true scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories. My name is Jenna Reeve, and I've lived most of my life near the edges of the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. I was raised to respect the woods, to read the weather by smell, to spot bear sign before stepping near it, to know that a bright orange marking on a tree doesn't always mean a hiking trail. My brother, Liam, never took those things as seriously. He was 2 years older and the kind of person who trusted technology more than instinct. GPS over compass, cell signal over landmarks. The last time I saw him was on a trip that was supposed to be nothing more than a weekend hike. We planned it in late October, right before the cold settled in. The park was quiet that time of year, and we both liked that. No families, no chatter. Just the quiet drone of wind moving through trees. I'd found a route online that looped 20 miles through the national forest and back toward the gravel access road. It had a few old ranger waypoints, one fire tower ruin, and a stream crossing that still showed up on topographic maps. The trail was marked as low traffic, but that didn't bother either of us. Liam liked quiet photos, I liked quiet people. We started from the trailhead at dawn. I remember the chill burning my nose, and the frost clinging to the fallen leaves like ash. Liam made fun of me for using paper maps. You know, it's 2023, he said, holding up his phone like a compass. These things do everything now. Until they don't, I said. I always carried 2 charged batteries and a hand crank radio, but I also knew that beyond mile marker 18, the one that locals half jokingly called the cutoff, cell signal got patchy. Old ridge terrain, heavy canopy. The kind of place where sound didn't travel right, and every hollow looked the same. We hiked for most of the morning, taking breaks every few miles. Around noon we passed a small clearing, littered with bullet casings and a burnt fire ring. It looked like someone had camped there recently, though not well. The ashes were cold but not ancient. Liam crouched and held up one of the shells. 3006, he said, turning it between his fingers. Hunters, probably, I said. Or someone pretending to be. He laughed, pocketing it like a souvenir. That was his thing, collecting bits of trash or relics from each trip, calling them tokens. I always thought it was stupid. Every hiker I knew followed leave no trace. But Liam had his own rules. By mid-afternoon, we reached mile marker 18, a warped wooden post with faded red paint, and the number carved into its side. The forest changed there in a way that was hard to describe. The trees grew tighter together, the light dimmed. Even the air felt muted. We both stopped at the marker, checking our gear before heading into the next stretch. Signal's gone, Liam said, looking at his phone. No bars. I checked mine. Same. I wasn't surprised. I'd told him that would happen. Still, he'd frowned like he'd been betrayed. Well, just keep going till the old map board by the ridge, I said. It's not far. He nodded, adjusting his pack straps. All right, I'll go on ahead and check it out. You're slower with that thing anyway. That thing was my Nikon camera, a heavy DSLR I used for documenting field flora for work. I told him I'd catch up in 15 minutes tops. He waved, started down the narrow slope, and disappeared into the switchbacks. The last thing I heard was the crunch of his boots, fading under the weight of the wind. I took my time. photographing frost ferns clinging to rotting logs. The forest was silent except for the occasional drip of meltwater. When I reached the base of the ridge 20 minutes later, Liam wasn't there. The map board stood a few feet from the trail. Half collapsed. Glass cracked, laminated maps water, warped inside. No footprints near it but ours. I called his name once, twice. My voice didn't carry. Another 10 minutes passed. I tried to call him. No signal. I sent a text anyway, knowing it would sit unsent until we were back in range. "Where are you?" at the board. By 4, the sky had started dimming. I walked another half-mile ahead, following the trail until it split into 2 narrow forks. No signs. The right path dipped toward a stream. The left climbed up toward the ridge crest. I hesitated, then chose the left. Liam would have gone for the higher ground. He always did. But the higher I climbed, the quieter everything got. Even the crunch of my boots seemed smothered. I checked my watch. 4:32 p.m. Sunset wasn't far off. I gave him another call out, louder this time. Nothing. Then I heard the faint crackle of static. It came from inside my pack. I stopped, unzipped it, and pulled out the hand crank radio I'd brought. It shouldn't have been on. I hadn't touched it all day. But the small orange light blinked, and the static thickened into a hiss. For a second I thought I heard a voice behind it, too soft to make out. I turned the dial, and it went silent again. It was enough to make me turn back. I followed my own footprints down the slope until I hit the main trail again. Dusk was settling fast, and I still hadn't seen any sign of Liam. I found a small clearing near a dry creek bed and set up camp, thinking he'd circle back. I pitched my tent, built a small fire, boiled some ramen, and left my headlamp on low at the entrance. A signal he'd see from the trail. I must have checked my phone every 5 minutes, even though I knew there was no service. It was stupid hope. By 8, I couldn't sit still anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and walked a few hundred feet in each direction, calling his name. Woods swallowed my voice like they didn't want to give it back. I swear I heard something move once, a shuffle of branches behind me. But when I turned, it stopped. When I finally crawled into my tent, exhaustion hit like a brick. I told myself he was fine, that he'd probably found a place to crash higher up, maybe by the ridgeline, and would meet me at dawn. Still, I kept my flashlight next to my pillow. I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember is my phone buzzing. Not ringing, just the faint vibration that buried over the hum of the wind outside. I grabbed it, eyes still foggy. One new message. No signal bar, but the notification was there. It was from Liam. Just one image. The thumbnail showed darkness and the faint glow of my tent. My tent? From a few feet away. I tapped it open, and the photo filled the screen. It was me, lying in my sleeping bag, face turned to the side, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. The lighting matched exactly how the tent looked that moment. The faint blue glow from the headlamp through nylon, the shape of my boots by the entrance. The timestamp read October 21, 2023, 06:42 a.m., tomorrow morning. I stared at it until the screen dimmed. My breath hitched, shallow and fast. I thought it had to be a glitch, some metadata error, a delayed send. But the details, the framing. He had to have been standing right outside to take it. I unzipped the tent flap an inch. My flashlight beam cut across the clearing. Nothing but trees, my pack, the dying glow of the fire pit. I stepped out barefoot, scanning the perimeter. No movement. No sound but the wind pushing through dry branches. When I looked back at the phone, the image was gone. The message thread showed only our earlier texts from that morning. Jokes, trail times. No photo. My hands were shaking hard enough that I dropped the phone in the dirt. I grabbed it again, checked the gallery, downloads, cache. Nothing. I told myself maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I'd nodded off while waiting for him, and my mind filled in the blank. Still, I couldn't sleep after that. I packed my bag halfway, left the tent unzipped, and sat with my back to the fire until sunrise. The forest stayed silent. No birds, no rustle of deer. Just still air that felt heavy enough to choke on. When dawn came, I climbed the ridge toward the map board again. The morning light cut through the fog, turning the trees into pillars of pale smoke. I reached the board at 6:45 a.m. The same minute the photo had been time-stamped. The same angle of light that had shone in it. And that's when I saw the first boot print. It wasn't mine. It wasn't even Liam's size. The boot print was deep, clear enough that I could see the tread pattern. Diagonal lugs, a brand I didn't recognize, larger than Liam's by a size or two. The heel was pressed into damp earth, right below the map board, as if someone had been standing there a while. Beside it, faintly overlapping, was another print. The edge of Liam's trail shoe. They faced each other. I crouched, tracing the outline with a fingertip. The dirt was still soft from last night's frost melt, which meant the print couldn't have been more than a few hours old. Someone had been here between dusk and dawn. I scanned the ground around it. Small scuffs leading uphill into the pines, a few snapped twigs. Then I noticed something else. A torn scrap of paper wedged under a rock near the base of the signpost. I eased it out carefully, trying not to rip it further. It looked like part of a printed map. The same trail loop we were following, but this section had been marked with a thick black X over the area past mile marker 18. Beside it, someone had written 2 words in pen, "Stay west." I folded it into my pocket. My heartbeat had gone strange, not panicked exactly. Just deliberate. Like my body had decided I needed to pay attention to every sound. I called Liam's name again. The echo came back flat. By 7:30, I'd followed the trail of prints up the slope, moving slow and quiet. The forest was waking. A few distant crows. The drip of condensation. But it felt like everything was listening back. Half a mile in, the prints veered off trail toward a thicket of laurel. I hesitated, marking the spot with a broken branch before pushing through. Beyond it, the ground leveled into a small clearing I hadn't seen marked on any map. Old fire ring, tarps, 2 rusted folding chairs, and behind one of them, the faint outline of a tent half, collapsed, camo-colored and wrong against the forest palette. It wasn't Liam's. His tent was bright orange, new, clean. This one was military surplus, patched, sun-bleached, and half covered with fallen leaves. I stood at the edge of the clearing, listening. No movement inside. A smell lingered, sour, metallic. I lifted my camera, took a photo from a distance, then another. Not out of curiosity, habit. Documentation was something I trusted more than memory. When I finally stepped closer, I noticed a boot sitting by the tent flap. Just one. Same tread pattern as the print by the map board. My stomach tightened. I crouched and looked inside. It wasn't empty. The interior was a mess of gear. Torn sleeping bag, plastic bottles, a metal pot blackened from old fires. Someone had been living there, at least off and on. I saw a hunting knife stuck into a log slice, a weather-beaten notebook beside it. The top page had lines written in shaky pen. Marker 18 again, she's camping near the creek. Keep distance, my hands went cold. Shit. Could have meant anyone, but it felt aimed. Personal. I flipped the page. The next line was just a list of numbers, coordinates maybe. The last entry ended mid-sentence. Camera works fine now. Photo sent. I closed the notebook, stepped back out, and let out a slow breath. I didn't shout for Liam again. Something about the way that note was written made me feel watched. I decided to head back to my own campsite, pack everything, and start hiking out. Even if Liam had gone off chasing some ridge trail, I needed to get within signal range and call for help. The rational part of me clung to that. The idea of process, of rescue protocol, of something structured. But as I started back down the path, I realized I wasn't alone. A faint shuffle behind me, leaves shifting. Not rhythmic like an animal, not panicked like a deer. Human-paced. I stopped. The noise stopped. I turned, scanning the trees. Nothing but gray trunks and fogged air. I walked faster, glancing back every few seconds, until I saw the edge of my campsite through the trees. My tent was still there, undisturbed. Except for one thing. The zipper was closed. I'd left it open when I left. I froze about 20 feet away. The nylon rippled slightly, like a breeze had passed inside. I took out the small can of bear spray clipped to my pack strap. My hands were steady, but my chest felt hollow. Hello. My voice cracked the silence. If someone's in there, I'm calling the ranger station. No answer. I waited another few seconds, then stepped forward and yanked the zipper down in one pull. Empty. Everything was as I'd left it. Bag, stove, jacket folded at the corner. Except my phone wasn't where I'd set it. I searched the pockets, the ground, even inside my sleeping bag. Nothing. Gone. That broke whatever thin calm I'd had. I packed fast, leaving the tent poles behind, stuffing the essentials into my pack and slinging it over my shoulder. By the time I hit the trail again, my breath was visible in short bursts. The temperature had dropped and the fog had thickened enough that I could only see 20 feet ahead. The hike back toward mile marker 18 should have been simple. Follow the ridge line down, stay west as the note had said. But visibility kept playing tricks. I'd see what looked like the marker post ahead, only for it to dissolve into another tree. My watch read 9:15 a.m. when I finally reached it for real. The marker was the same, weathered wood, faded paint. But now there was something carved into its side that hadn't been there before. Fresh gouges, rough, shallow, like someone had done it with a dull blade. The letters spelled L.R. Liam Reeve. I touched the grooves, the wood still damp around the edges, recently carved. My pulse jumped, a weird mix of hope and fear. He'd been here, maybe this morning. Maybe he was still nearby. I followed the trail beyond the marker, calling his name again, quieter this time. The woods here felt dense in a way that didn't make sense, like the space itself was folding. Every tree looked the same, and I started seeing flashes of color that made my stomach twist. Orange, faded, like the nylon of Liam's tent. Then I saw it, down a shallow slope, the exact same tent we'd packed for him. I almost ran toward it before I caught myself. Something about the way it sat, half unzipped, dark inside, felt off. "Lim," I said, keeping my distance. No response. I edged closer, careful not to step on the disturbed soil around it. There were prints again. Multiple sets. My brother's trail shoes, the larger boot prints, and one more, smaller, smoother, almost barefoot. The dirt near the entrance was churned up like a struggle had happened. Inside the tent was chaos. Liam's pack had been emptied, contents scattered. Clothes, water filter, notebook, flashlight cracked open. His phone sat near the top of the pile, screen dark. I picked it up, half expecting it to be dead, but it vibrated the moment I touched it. New message, one image. I didn't want to look, but I did. The photo was grainy, dark, taken from what looked like the woods. It showed me, crouched by the map board earlier that morning, looking down at the boot print. My hand frozen mid-reach. Timestamp October 21st, 2023, 07:11 a.m. The same pattern. Always about an hour after the moment it captured. I dropped the phone and stepped back. My mind went to practical explanations. Delayed signal relay, corrupted metadata, some creep in the woods messing with timestamps to scare us. But the fact that it was Liam's phone, not mine, broke every rational thread. The air shifted behind me. The faint crunch of leaves. I spun around, bear spray raised. A figure stood at the tree line. I couldn't make out the face, just the outline. Medium height, broad shoulders, camo jacket. They didn't move, didn't say anything. I shouted, "Who are you?" Silence. Then, slowly, the figure turned and walked deeper into the forest. Not running. Just steady, deliberate. I chased for maybe 30 seconds before reason caught up. Getting lost chasing someone was the worst possible move. I stopped, gasping, straining to listen. The footsteps had already faded. Back at the tent, I grabbed Liam's phone and stuffed it into my jacket. The device felt warm, like it had just been used. The screen blinked once, then died completely. By the time I made it back to mile marker 18, I knew what I had to do: follow the western fork of the trail back toward the access road. It would take 4 hours at least, maybe 5 with my pack weight. But if I could make it past the ridge, I'd get service and call for help. The forest didn't make it easy. Every few minutes, I'd hear that faint metallic click, the sound a camera makes when focusing. I'd spin around and see nothing. Once, I found a small pile of stones arranged beside the trail in a perfect triangle, fresh dirt on top. I kicked it apart without thinking. Around noon, I reached a stream crossing, shallow, rocky, slick with moss. I stepped carefully, glancing down as I went. Something caught my eye under the clear water, a reflection that didn't match mine. Another face beside it, watching. I blinked hard. It was gone. I stumbled up the opposite bank and kept moving until my calves burned. When I finally stopped to drink, I heard it again, the faint buzz of a phone. I pulled mine out. Dead, then realized the sound was coming from my pack. Liam's phone screen had flickered back on. The same message app. A new image loading, slowly, signal bar flickering between nothing and 1. The preview froze halfway, but I could still make out the top edge. Canvas, a flash of orange, a hand clutching the zipper. My own tent. The image finished loading before I could think to stop it. The photo showed my tent again, taken from almost the same angle as the one Liam had sent. Except this time the flap was half open, and a hand was visible on the zipper. Not mine. The fingers were rough, nails black with dirt. I stared at the screen until my thumb slipped on the glass. The timestamp, October 21, 2023, 12:09 p.m. 5 minutes from now. It wasn't possible. But there it was, stamped by the phone's clock, clear as day. I turned, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. The forest felt hollow, soundless except for the distant trickle of the stream. I shoved the phone into my pocket and forced myself to keep walking. Every step felt slower than it should have been, my mind splitting between panic and precision. Keep west, stay visible, don't stop. The trail wound down into a ravine where the canopy closed overhead again. The light dimmed until it felt like early evening. My breathing had gone shallow, loud in my own ears. I kept my hand near the bare spray, the other gripping my walking pole like it could stop a person. Somewhere behind me, wood cracked, a branch, heavy and deliberate. I didn't look back right away. When I finally did, the trees stood still. I started moving faster. Half an hour later, the terrain leveled, and I saw something through the brush that made my throat lock. A flicker of movement, fabric, orange. I thought at first it was Liam's jacket, but when I pushed through the thicket, I saw what it really was, a search and rescue marker flag tied to a low branch. Fluorescent orange nylon. Standard issue. My heart leapt. Maybe someone else had already reported us missing. Maybe a ranger unit was nearby. I followed the flag deeper into the hollow. Another appeared on a rock 50 feet ahead, then another farther still. They formed a rough path leading toward an open area I didn't remember from the maps. It took me a moment to realize the flags weren't new. Their color had faded to a sun-bleached coral, edges frayed. They'd been here a long time. The hollow opened into a clearing with an old campsite. Fire ring, rusted coffee can, a nylon strap looped around a tree. I recognized the strap immediately. It was Liam's. He'd used it to tie his pack on car trips, the end chewed from where his dog once gnawed it. I crouched beside it. The ground beneath showed signs of a struggle, scuffed dirt, boot marks overlapping, the print of a knee. The realization hit like cold water. Liam hadn't just wandered off. Someone had been here with him. Before I could gather more, a voice cut through the trees. "Jenna." It was male low, strained. For a heartbeat, I thought it was him. Then I caught the tone. Practiced. Careful, like someone trying too hard to sound urgent. "Jenna, over here." The voice came from up the slope behind me. I froze, listening. The words repeated, exactly the same rhythm, same inflection. "Jenna, over here!" I didn't answer. I moved sideways, keeping low, every step deliberate. My mind flashed to the notebook in the camo tent. She's camping near the creek. Keep distance. When the voice came again, closer this time, I heard the crunch of boots. Heavy ones. The same tread I'd seen earlier. I slipped behind a downed log, heart pounding, and waited. A few seconds later, a man appeared through the brush. Mid-40s maybe, beard patchy, eyes sunk deep under a camo cap. He wore a hunting vest and carried a rifle slung over his shoulder. His clothes were filthy, stained dark in places that weren't just dirt. He stopped near the strap, scanned the ground, and muttered something I couldn't make out. Then he turned toward the direction of my tracks, his expression flattening into something quiet, efficient. He knew I was here. I didn't wait. The second his gaze shifted, I bolted downhill through the trees. Branches whipped my arms, mud pulling at my boots, but I kept moving until I hit the stream again. The water was colder now, running faster from overnight melt. I splashed across, half slipping, then climbed the opposite bank. Behind me, I heard the faint metallic click of a safety being switched off. I dropped low, heart slamming, and crawled until the slope hid me. Every instinct screamed to keep going, but I forced myself still, eyes scanning the ground. My phone vibrated again. I silenced it, but the buzz came through my jacket anyway. One short pulse, then another. The sound would give me away. I pulled it out, hands shaking. Another image. No preview this time, just a black screen with a faint outline beginning to load. I killed the display and shoved it deep into my pack. Minutes passed. Then the crack of a rifle split the air. Not aimed, just fired into the trees. A warning shot. I ducked lower, pressing into the dirt until the echo faded. I waited another full minute before I crawled deeper into the ravine, following a narrow drainage channel that eventually spilled into another part of the trail. The terrain looked different, rougher, less traveled. I checked my compass. The needle wavered, then settled west. Good, I started walking again, slow but steady, every few hundred feet. I left small markers, snapped twigs, pieces of ribbon from my first aid kit, so rescuers could track me if I didn't make it out. The logical part of my brain stayed busy, with survival math, daylight left, elevation, water supply. Anything to drown out the memory of that man's voice, using my name like he owned it. By mid-afternoon, the trees began to thin. I recognized the slope. It led back toward the access road. Relief hit hard enough to make me dizzy. I could almost see the gravel shimmer through the branches when I heard an engine. Low, sputtering, old. I slowed, crouched, and peered through the brush. A dark green pickup idled at the roadside. Same camo paint, dented tailgate. The man from the woods stood beside it, loading gear into the bed. A rifle case, tarp bundle, something that looked like a rolled tent. My stomach turned. Liam's tent. He moved with purpose, not panic. Like he was wrapping up a job. I stayed hidden until he climbed into the truck and drove off down the road. Dust cloud trailing. Only when the sound faded completely did I step out. I ran the rest of the way to the road, gasping. My legs trembled so badly I had to brace against a tree. The world felt too open, too bright. About an hour later, a Ranger vehicle appeared. White SUV, government decals. I waved it down like my life depended on it, which it did. The Ranger, a woman named Hale, got out fast when she saw me. She must have read something on my face, because her first words were gentle, but sharp. "Are you hurt?" I shook my head, barely able to get the words out. "My brother's missing." We were hiking past mile marker 18. She went still at that. "You came from there?" "Yeah. We lost signal yesterday afternoon." Hale's expression shifted. Not surprise, more like recognition. She opened the passenger door. "Get in. We'll call it in from the station." On the drive back, I told her everything. The photo, the campsite, the man, the truck. She didn't interrupt once, just kept her eyes on the road, knuckles white on the wheel. When I mentioned the marker and the carved initials, she nodded slowly. "That area's been under quiet watch for a while," she said finally. "We've had incidents. Missing hikers, a few unregistered camps. Local hermit type, ex-hunter maybe. Never caught him on record." I stared out the window numb. He knew our names. Hale exhaled. "Then he's been watching longer than we thought." At the ranger station, they took my statement, photographed the notebook and map scrap I'd kept, and sent 2 units out with dogs before nightfall. I stayed in a back office, wrapped in a blanket, drinking coffee that tasted like smoke. They found Liam's tent at dusk, same spot I'd seen it. The phone was gone. The man's camp too. 2 days later, search and rescue recovered Liam's body about half a mile from that clearing. No signs of animal predation. Cause of death listed as blunt force trauma. They never found the man. The truck turned up abandoned a week later, at an overlook off Route 58. Inside were dozens of photos on old SD cards. Campers, couples, most asleep. One of them was me, taken 2 nights before the trip, inside my house. The detective said the GPS metadata on Liam's phone showed the photos were queued automatically, programmed to send delayed messages once signal reconnected. It explained the timestamps, the appearance of tomorrow. Just technology, he said. A sick person using it to control when I saw what he wanted me to see. It made sense on paper. But sometimes, late at night, when I look at that last photo on my recovered drive, the one of my tent, I see something in the corner that doesn't fit. A reflection on the tent wall, faint but visible. And it isn't his, it's mine. Eyes open. Watching back. My name is Eli Crowder, age 38, a construction foreman from Asheville, North Carolina. I camp alone about once a month, mostly out of habit. It started as a cheap way to clear my head after long weeks on site. And over the years it turned into something closer to ritual. I know the forests off the Blue Ridge, almost like a second home. How the air changes before rain, how the ground goes soft near a spring, how a snapped twig sounds sharper at night than it should. I'm not reckless. I keep an emergency kit in my truck, a flare, and a second map even though the trails are marked. But that weekend near Roan Mountain, I took a side road I'd never tried. It wasn't on any of my usual maps, just a dirt cut through between county lines, used mostly by hunters. The kind of road that starts fine, gravel and ruts, but fades into something you could lose under a good storm. I remember thinking it looked quiet enough to spend the night. I'd been fighting with my ex about custody. She wanted to move to Charlotte with our daughter, Grace. And I didn't want to talk anymore. No reception out there. That was the draw. I parked by 2 oaks that leaned together over a patch of flat ground. I set my small one-person tent a few yards back from the truck and cooked canned chili on the tailgate, while the evening light faded to that blue haze that settles over Roan in summer. Crickets, distant whippoorwill, a single plane cutting its hum somewhere west. When I was cleaning up, I noticed something maybe 20 yards deeper in the trees, a glint of blue plastic, the cheap kind of tarp you see at work sites, catching the last bit of light through the branches. I figured maybe hunters had used it to cover a blind, or locals to stash tools. Nothing unusual. Trash turns up everywhere these days. Still, it stood out. The tarp wasn't draped loosely. It was stretched tight between 2 oaks. Corners nailed clean, not sagging, not torn. That told me whoever put it there did it on purpose. And recently, I could see dark patches across it, almost like shadow or damp soil. Curiosity, stupid as it sounds, is stronger than good sense when you've been alone too long. I told myself I'd just look from closer up. The ground dipped a little as I walked over. No footprints I could make out in the leaf litter, no path leading to it. When I reached the edge, I could smell the faint tang of iron and mildew, the kind of smell that hangs around old tools left out in the rain. Up close, the tarp had been nailed so tight it hummed when I tapped it with a finger. The stains weren't shadow. They'd soaked into the weave. Rust brown, darker toward the middle. That's when I hesitated. I'd seen plenty of messed up things on job sites. Animals. Once even a body after a highway accident. But there's something about an object that's been deliberately hidden that hits differently. I told myself it could be old paint or a deer gutted and cleaned here. but I didn't believe it. The nails were fresh, galvanized, bright silver. I pried one out with my pocket knife, the head still clean, not weathered. The ground beneath had been packed smooth, almost sculpted flat. Not loose dirt, compacted, like someone had tamped it with care. I should have walked away then. I didn't. I cut one corner loose and folded back a flap. No smell came up, not that rot you'd expect. Just damp earth, smooth as concrete. Someone had gone through the trouble to make it look undisturbed. I pressed my hand against it. It was cool and firm. And then I saw it, half, buried at the edge of the tarpa wallet. I pulled it out thinking maybe a hunter had dropped it. The leather was dusty but in good shape, brown, same make as mine. I flipped it open and froze. Inside was my driver's license, my photo, my name. Even the small crease across the corner, from when Grace had chewed on it as a baby. For a second my brain refused to process what I was seeing. I patted my back pocket, felt the familiar bulge of my wallet there, still zipped in. I pulled it out. Same make, same wear marks, same photo. Identical. The only difference was that the one I'd found was missing cash. But the cards, IDs, and photos were all there. Even the small paper star Grace had drawn for me last Father's Day. I looked around then. Every sense sharpened. The woods had gone still. Even the insects seemed quieter, as if waiting for me to react. The rational part of me tried to explain it. Maybe someone had stolen my wallet months ago, copied it somehow. Maybe it had fallen from my truck and someone planted it as a joke. But no one knew I was camping here. Not even my ex. I backed away from the tarp, heart pounding. Back at camp, I checked my own wallet again. Then my ID numbers, they matched. Perfectly, same issue date. That's impossible, I thought. You can't duplicate that. Night fell fast under the canopy. I didn't cook, I didn't build a fire. I just sat in my truck, doors locked, engine off, flashlight in hand, trying to decide what to do. At some point around midnight, rain began to fall, a thin, steady drizzle that softened the woods into a whisper. I cracked the window to listen and caught faint tapping. Not rain, more deliberate. Metal on wood, from the direction of the tarp. 3 quick taps. Pause, then one. I told myself it was branches moving in wind, but the air was dead still. My mouth had gone dry. I slid the window shut and started the truck. The headlights cut through the rain like fog, catching trunks and underbrush, but no movement. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling someone had been there, watching. I drove until the road turned to mud and nearly got stuck before finding a patch solid enough to stop. Slept in short bursts, engine running low heat. Every noise outside sounded like footsteps. At dawn, I decided to go back, not out of bravery, but because fear turns to disbelief once sunlight hits. Things always look smaller then. The forest smelled clean after the rain, all loam and pine. I hiked back to where I'd camped. My tent was still up, damp but intact. Nothing stolen. The tarp, though, it was gone. Only 2 silver nails remained embedded in the oak trunks, and the patch of smooth soil was rough again, churned like someone had dug through it during the night. The wallet I'd found wasn't there either. I felt that cold crawl up my spine, the one that doesn't fade easily. I took photos with my phone, nails, soil, everything, then drove straight to the Carter County Sheriff's office in Elizabethton. The deputy at the desk listened politely while I explained. When I showed him the photos, his expression didn't change, but I could tell he was humoring me. "Lot of folks dump trash out there," he said. Probably just buried something. Someone had my ID, I told him. How's that possible? He shrugged. Could be a printer job. Scammers copy IDs all the time. He took down the coordinates but didn't send anyone right away. Told me they'd check when they had a unit free. I left the station feeling stupid, like I'd let my imagination run wild. But that feeling lasted only until I stopped at a gas station on the way home. I handed over my card to pay, and the cashier frowned. "It's been declined," she said. I knew there was money on it. When I checked my account later, every cent was gone. Transfers, withdrawals, even my savings. All done from a branch in Johnson City around midnight. The same time I'd heard the tapping. That's when the panic turned real. Whoever had that wallet, whoever had buried it under that tarp, they hadn't just been copying me. They'd been using me. That night I barely slept. I sat at the kitchen table, all the lights on, both wallets in front of me. They were identical in every way except for the faint smell on the found one. Earthy, metallic, like the tarp. I turned it over again and again, trying to see some mark that proved it was fake, but everything checked out. The next morning, I drove back toward Roan. Not all the way, just close enough to see if any law enforcement had gone in. No tape, no vehicles. The woods looked untouched. And yet, halfway up the trail, nailed to a tree facing the road, was one of those silver nails, fresh. Below it, a small strip of blue plastic fluttered in the breeze. I left right then. I didn't stop driving until I reached home. That should have been the end of it. But 3 days later, a man claiming to be from the sheriff's department called me. Said they'd found disturbed ground, where I'd indicated, and a body, unidentified, adult male, wallet found at scene belonging to Eli Crowder. I told them I was Eli Crowder. The line went quiet. Then the man asked me to come in to verify my identity in person. When I got there, the deputy at the desk didn't know anyone by that name from the call. There was no record of a recovered body. I went home and checked my voicemail. No trace of the call either. That's where part one ends, at the point where fear and logic trade places. I don't know yet what I dug up under that tarp, or how someone got everything so exact. But I do know this. Sometimes the forest doesn't hide secrets. It keeps copies. After that fake call, I tried to convince myself it was a scam. Somebody fishing for personal data, maybe using a voice synthesizer. It happens. But that didn't explain the wallet, or the site, or how they'd known exactly where to find me. For a few days, I went through the motions. Work, coffee, drive home, fall asleep in front of the TV. I kept the curtains closed. Every sound made me tense. It's strange how a mind clings to pattern when it's scared. Checking locks 3 times, rereading old messages. My ex, Melissa, called once to talk about Grace's school schedule. And I caught myself studying her voice, wondering if she sounded different. The unease got worse on Thursday, when a plain envelope showed up in my mailbox. No return address. Inside was a single Polaroid photo. It showed my truck parked at the Roan site. The angle was from inside the trees, just far enough back that whoever took it had been watching without me knowing. Across the bottom, written in marker, Eli Crowder verified. That night I filed a police report. The desk sergeant, a tired woman in her 50s, flipped through the photo, and the story like she'd heard 100 just like it. She promised to note it for record. When I asked if they could pull prints, she said Polaroids weren't good surfaces for that. I left feeling more alone than before. By Friday, I decided to drive back to the mountain myself. I told no one where I was going. I don't know what I expected. To find proof, to catch whoever had done it. Maybe to see the tarp again, confirm it was all real. I drove early, before sunrise, and reached the gravel road by 9. It looked different this time. The ruts were deeper, like someone else had been driving heavy tires over it. A logging truck, maybe. I parked where I had before. The site was almost invisible now, thick with new growth and mist. The 2 oak trunks still stood, nails still gleaming. But the ground between them was worse, dug wider, deeper. It wasn't a shallow scrape. It was a pit now, 5 feet across, maybe 3 down, dark with moisture. I crouched at the edge. The soil was fresh, turned rich red-brown. Someone had been back since the rain, maybe more than once. Buried halfway in the dirt was something metallic, a license plate bent but legible. My truck's plate number. I reached down to touch it, but stopped when I noticed footprints near it. Not 1 pair, 2, maybe 3 sets, some smaller, some heavier, all crisscrossing the mud. The edges were sharp, recent. I heard an engine then, faint but closing. I ducked behind the oak, heart hammering, and watched a dark green pickup crawl up the trail. Older model, local tags. The driver was a man, mid-40s maybe, wearing a Ranger-style hat and a brown jacket. He stopped right where my truck had been parked days ago. Stayed there. Didn't get out. Just sat with both hands on the steering wheel, looking at the pit like he'd known exactly where to stop. After a minute, he stepped out, slow and deliberate. He wasn't a ranger, no patches, no badge. He moved around the pit once, glanced at the nails in the trees, then bent down and picked something from the dirt. I recognized the glint even from behind the tree. My wallet. The real one. Or the one I thought was real. He brushed it off on his jacket, then slipped it into his pocket. I didn't move. Not when he scanned the area. Not when his eyes passed within a few yards of where I stood. He had that stillness about him. Not cautious, but certain, like he'd done this before. When he finally walked back to his truck, he left the engine running. Opened the passenger door. Someone was inside. A smaller shape, maybe a woman, her hair pale against the window. I couldn't see her face, but she was holding a clipboard. She passed it to him, and he signed something. Then he looked up toward the trees again. Toward me. Our eyes didn't meet, but it felt like he knew. Like he was letting me see him. They drove off a few seconds later. I stayed hidden until the sound disappeared. When I finally came out, I saw what they'd left behind the pit, the plate, and something else on the ground. Another Polaroid, face down. I picked it up carefully. It showed me, standing behind the oak tree, from a few seconds ago. The air went cold. I didn't think. I just ran back to my truck, locked the doors, and floored it down the trail. Gravel spat out behind me, branches scraping the side mirrors. My hands shook the whole way to the highway. At home, I called the sheriff again, demanded to speak with whoever handled missing persons or identity fraud. The man on the phone said there was no ongoing case in my name, and when I mentioned Roan Mountain, he cut me off, told me not to trespass on private survey land. Private. That word stuck. That night I couldn't stop thinking about the pit. The nails, the tarp, the identical wallet. None of it felt random. It was organized. Precise. Whoever they weren't kids or drifters. They had access. And they had me mapped. At 2 a.m., I was still awake, scrolling satellite maps of the area. There were no survey marks near the coordinates I'd logged. No construction, no easement projects. But about a mile east, there was a grid of faint clearings, evenly spaced, like small squares cut from the forest. Each one roughly 20 by 20 feet. Each one covered by what looked like blue tarp. I zoomed in until the image blurred. Tried again from another mapping service. Same thing. Blue squares, regular pattern. Someone had hidden dozens of them. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I drove to a friend's house. Mason Delaney, a coworker who used to do contracting for forestry surveys. I told him just enough to get him interested. He pulled up topo data on his laptop and frowned. "Those grids aren't official," he said. "If they were legit surveys, they'd be logged with the state or the Forestry Service." "Could they be hunting camps?" I asked. "Not that organized, and definitely not under tarps. You sure you saw them right?" I showed him the screenshot. He leaned back, rubbed his jaw. "That's not random spacing. Whoever's doing that is mapping something, or hiding it." He hesitated. "You said you found a wallet." I nodded. "You need to go to the feds," he said quietly. "This sounds like burial work. Old dump sites. Maybe. You could be sitting on an illegal operation." That idea chilled me because it made too much sense. Tarps to cover disturbed ground. Nailed corners to keep out rain. Compacted soil to hide smell. Bodies. It would explain the fake calls, the surveillance. The photo. Why someone wanted to make sure I looked verified. But why me? I spent the rest of that day watching the street from my front window. Every passing car made me tense. I called my bank again. They couldn't explain the withdrawals. Said they'd been approved using my own ID. My own signature, in person. "Sir," the woman on the line said, "we even have footage." "Footage of what?" She hesitated. "Off you, mister. Crowder, at our Johnson City branch. You withdrew your funds on October 3rd. "I wasn't there," I said. "I was at home." "I understand, but the video shows a match for your face, your ID, everything. We'll send the report to law enforcement." I never got that report. 2 nights later, I woke to my porch light flickering. A motion sensor. I got up, looked out the window, and saw a dark shape standing by my mailbox. The figure didn't move, just watched the house. After a long moment, it walked back toward a truck parked down the street. Same green pickup I'd seen at the mountain. It idled there, engine low, for nearly a minute before pulling away. I didn't call the police that time. What could I even say? That my own face might show up at a bank. That strangers were watching me dig up a pit I never made. Instead, I packed a bag, grabbed Grace's photo, and left before dawn. I drove west into Tennessee, stayed in a cheap roadside motel. No name, cash only. That morning, I checked my phone's GPS history. Curiosity, I guess. It said I'd already been here 2 days earlier. Same motel, same coordinates. Logged automatically. When I asked the clerk if he'd seen me before, he looked me over and said, "Didn't you check out yesterday?" I left cash on the counter and didn't answer. By the time I reached Knoxville, I'd decided one thing. I'd go back to the mountain one last time. If the tarps were real, if the pits were more than paranoia, I'd document everything. Dates, photos, coordinates, and hand it all to federal investigators. Something tangible they couldn't brush off. That night I parked outside a diner off Route 143, eating cold pie and trying to convince myself I wasn't walking into something I couldn't explain. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number, text message. Bring shovel. You forgot to finish. Then a second one with a photo attached. It showed me standing beside that same pit. Only this time the ground behind me was open wider, and there was something pale visible inside it. A hand reaching up from the soil. I sat there staring at the screen, every thought slowing to a crawl. The timestamp read 11:48, 1 minute after I'd received it. And in the reflection on the phone's glass, faint and small behind me, I could see the diner's window. Someone was standing outside it, watching through the glass. I didn't turn around right away. That's the part people never believe. How still fear can make you. I just sat there in that diner booth, pretending to check something on my phone, while my pulse thudded behind my ears. Through the glass reflection, I could see the outline still standing. Broad shoulders, a hat brim low. When the waitress came over with the check, I used her movement as cover. As soon as she walked between us, I slid from the booth, ducked behind the pie display, and slipped out the side exit by the bathrooms. My truck was parked behind the dumpster. I didn't even check the mirror until I hit the highway. I drove until dawn, the road narrowing, the radio silent except for static. Somewhere around Hampton, I pulled into a rest stop and killed the engine. My hands were still shaking. I opened the last text again. Bring shovel. You forgot to finish. It wasn't just a threat. It was an instruction. They wanted me to go back. And I was starting to think that's exactly what I had to do. Not because of courage, but because running hadn't stopped any of it. Whoever they were, they could track me. My phone, my cards, maybe even my truck. Every path looped back to that mountain. I spent the morning trying to come up with a plan. I bought a prepaid burner phone, an old flip model. I left my smartphone in the glove compartment of an abandoned car in the rest stop lot. If they were tracing me, let them follow that. By noon, I was headed east again, back toward Rhone. The forest greeted me with that same low, wet silence, the kind that swallows sound more than it carries it. The road had gotten worse in just a few days. Deep tire tracks pressed into the mud, as if several vehicles had gone through recently. I parked farther down this time, half hidden by scrub pines, and continued on foot. The air smelled like rain and iron. The closer I got, the more wrong everything felt. Not just fear, but off. The birds were gone. Even the wind had stilled. When I reached the clearing, I stopped breathing. There were more pits now. At least 5. Each one covered neatly by a blue tarp, nailed at the corners, just like before. But these weren't old or sun-bleached. They were fresh. Sharp creases still visible where they'd been folded. The nails all bright silver. In the center of them, a green pickup truck sat idling. I crouched low behind a log. The same man from before stood near the truck bed, talking to 2 others. One was the pale-haired woman with the clipboard. The other was younger, maybe late 20s, wearing a reflective vest like surveyors use. They were calm, businesslike. The woman pointed to a map on the clipboard, then to one of the tarps. The man nodded, motioned toward the bed of the truck. Something slid down the tailgate. A long shape wrapped in plastic. They carried it to the tarp. I'd first found and rolled it into the pit. Then the man tamped the soil with the flat side of a shovel. Steady. Practiced. When they were done, the woman handed him the clipboard again. He signed it. I couldn't hear their words, but I caught pieces of tone. Routine, bored, efficient. Not murderers, not frantic criminals. Just workers. Like they'd done this dozens of times. When they left, I waited another half hour before moving. The truck drove west down the trail until the sound vanished. Only then did I step out. The new tarp was still loose at one corner. I peeled it back slowly, half expecting what I'd seen in the photo. Nothing but packed soil. But there was something written in the dirt at the edge, faint and deliberate. Letters traced by finger to BC. Phase 7, my initials. And the number. I backed away so fast I tripped on a root and hit the ground hard. The pit, the tarps, the Polaroids. It all started to align into something colder than coincidence. Whoever they were, they'd cataloged me, tagged me, like I was just another item in their record. I took photos of everything. Tarps, license plate numbers from the tire tracks, even the writing in the dirt. Then I left, moving fast but careful not to leave fresh prints. By dusk, I reached the main road and flagged down a delivery truck. The driver gave me a lift into town. He tried to make small talk, but I must have looked too wild-eyed for that. When I got out near Elizabethton, I thanked him and walked straight to a payphone outside a grocery store. I called the FBI tip line, told them everything. The sites, the coordinates, the people. The operator took notes, asked questions, said someone would follow up. No one ever did. By Monday, local news ran a story. Unauthorized survey operation near Roan shut down pending investigation. The article was short, vague. Claimed contractors had been dumping construction debris in the woods under tarp to avoid disposal fees. No mention of pits, no bodies, no names. That should have been relief. But the next morning, my boss called. Said a man claiming to be me had shown up at the work site, asking for my keys and gear. Said he looked just like me, same voice, same manner. I told him to get lost. My boss said, "You got a twin or something?" I quit that day, packed a bag, took Grace's photo, and left Asheville for good. For weeks I drifted between cheap motels. No phone, no credit cards. Cash only. I thought I was off-grid. Then came the envelope. It was waiting at a motel in Johnson City. Front desk said a courier dropped it off. For Mr. Crowder. No one should have known I was there. Inside was a stack of Polaroids, maybe 20 in total. Each one was me. Sleeping, eating, pumping gas, driving. Different times, different places. On the back of the last one, written in the same marker as before. Site Fate 8 confirmed. I don't remember leaving the room. Just driving. Hours vanished. I ended up outside Knoxville before I realized what I was doing. I stopped at a rest area and sat there until morning, thinking about the pits. Maybe more I hadn't seen. Each one numbered. If I was Phase 7, what were the others? Workers. Victims. Copies. No. I'd promised myself, no supernatural. So I stayed with the only explanation that fit the evidence, even if it scared me worse. They weren't making duplicates of people. They were making identities. Every tarp was a staging site. Every pit a source of data. Discarded wallets, personal effects, the raw materials to build someone new on paper. Fake documents. Fake accounts. And somewhere in that operation they'd found me. An ordinary man camping alone, easy to watch, easy to replicate. Maybe they'd filmed me, recorded my voice, cloned my ID to test how close they could get. I was a trial run. That thought kept me awake through sunrise. I drove back to the Roan area one last time a week later, just to be sure. The trailhead was gone. Literally gone. Bulldozed, replanted. Fenced with fresh signs U.S. Forest Service research property, no trespassing. Behind the fence, the forest looked younger, disturbed. I stood there until a ranger truck pulled up. Real uniform this time. A woman stepped out, clipboard in hand. "You can't be here." "Sir," she said. I nodded, ready to leave, but something about her voice stopped me. Calm, level, practiced. Her eyes flicked down at her clipboard. I caught the top line before she covered it with her hand. Subi JCTA CRDR ELI Stay US Verified. "Who are you working for?" I asked. She smiled just enough to look polite. "Forestry Research Division. You're clear to go now." I left without another word. That was months ago. I've moved twice since then. New address, no bank accounts, no social media. Still, envelopes find me. Polite, unmarked. Inside photos. The last one arrived yesterday. It showed a small clearing under 2 oaks. Freshly turned soil. A blue tarp nailed tight between the trunks. And on the corner of the tarp, written in black marker, EC. 89, there was no signature, no note. Just that number climbing. I haven't told anyone else. The police would laugh, or worse. Verify me again. All I can do now is document everything, keep records, stay moving. If someone finds this, if they find my truck, my wallet, my ID, check the issue date. Check the serial number. If it says October 3rd, it isn't me. Because that version's still out there, digging another pit. And sooner or later, they'll finish. My name is Melanie Yost, and for the past 7 years, I've worked as a field surveyor for the Tennessee Department of Environmental Protection. I spend most of my days wading through creeks, logging erosion patterns, and taking sediment samples that no one except a handful of state employees will ever rid. It's quiet work, solitary, and that's exactly what I like about it. I've never been good with crowds. Water and mud don't talk back, and when they do, it's in a language I understand. Gradients, flow, contamination. In early May of last year, I was sent to Bledsoe County, about an hour east of Dunlap, to check on a tributary running through a stretch of state forest. The assignment was routine. Gather water quality data for a proposed recreation zone, mark culvert damage, and photograph the creek's southern bend, where it meets private land. Nothing unusual. The site was remote, but that's typical. Tennessee has more forgotten creeks than it does paved roads. The locals called this one Carver's Branch. On the topographic map, it was just a thin blue line, curling through ridges thick with oak and hickory. But once I reached it, the water was clearer and shallower than I'd expected, sliding over flat shale beds. The forest canopy was open, the sunlight warm enough that I left my jacket in the truck. It felt like one of those rare field days where nothing goes wrong. No broken GPS, no twisted ankle, no farmers chasing me off their property with a shotgun. There was one old man who lived about a mile up the dirt road near the access gate. He came out when I parked the state truck by his fence. Said his name was Emmett Lowry. Maybe late 70s, wearing a ball cap with a faded army patch. He had that wiry-built older men get when worked outdoors their whole lives. "Carver's Branch, huh?" he said, squinting at my clipboard. "You be careful down there. That creek's got teeth." I smiled politely, the way you do when locals say things that sound like folklore. "Teeth." He nodded, serious. "Swallow what's not meant to be found. You'll see." Then he turned and went back to his porch without another word. I've heard plenty of that sort of talk. Old mine shafts, haunted wells, devil hollows. It's how rural people put history into myth, make sense of ugly things that happened before records existed. I brushed it off and hiked down the trail toward the creek. By noon, I was half a mile downstream, setting up my sampling tubes. The sun filtered through the branches in narrow beams. Gnats hovered like dust. The water smelled faintly metallic, but that wasn't uncommon this far from the main river. Iron oxide, maybe runoff from old rail ties. While kneeling in the shallows, I noticed something glinting beneath the current. Not quartz, not mica. It caught light too evenly. I dipped my hand in and pulled up a small, round piece of metal. A dog tag, the kind issued by the military decades ago. The chain was broken, the edges worn smooth. The name was almost unreadable. Biarduan, D beneath it, a string of numbers. Blood type O, a unit number. The surface was tarnished, but the lettering still clear enough under sunlight. I've found strange things in creeks before. Rusted tools, beer cans from the 70s, even a prosthetic arm once. But this was different. Personal. Heavy. I set it aside on a rock and went back to my work, telling myself it must have washed downstream from a yard or an old dump site. But then, a few feet away, another flash caught my eye. And another. Within a few minutes, I'd gathered a small handful, 5, maybe 6 dog tags, all in roughly the same area, half buried in the sand. Some chained together, some loose. Every single one had the same unit number etched beneath the names 216th Infantry, TNG. I paused to take photos for the record. Standard procedure when encountering potential contaminants. But as I lined up the shot, I realized the glint didn't stop there. The creek bed farther downstream shimmered faintly, like coins scattered under glass. I waded forward, each step sinking into cold mud, and saw dozens more tags lying against the rocks, moving gently in the current. They weren't clustered together by accident. They'd been dropped or dumped in this exact stretch. I crouched again, letting the flow slip over my gloves. For a moment, I just stared at the metallic shine, the way they caught light like fish scales. My pulse ticked up, not from fear, but from the wrongness of it. It felt deliberate, staged. I took another tag from the water, wiped the grime with my thumb, and read the inscription. Quel RJ 216th IF, a POS So 42 1969, then another Martime, HE 216th IF. Oneneg Yo 5D0 other 1969. Every date was between April and May of 1969. Vietnam era. At that point, I stopped photographing. Something about the scene demanded a kind of respect, or maybe just silence. I sat back on the bank and let the wind move through the trees. A red-tailed hawk drifted overhead. Everything felt still. When I finished my field notes, I bagged a few tags to turn in at the office, marking them under metal debris, possible historical artifact. Then I hiked back to the truck. Emmett Lowry was still on his porch. He didn't wave when I passed, just watched. I raised the tag bag to show him what I'd found. He shook his head. "They left more than that down there," he said. "Don't dig too deep, miss. Folks don't like when you stir that water." "Who?" I asked. He looked past me toward the trees. Men with reasons to forget. That night, I stayed in a cheap motel off Highway 30. The kind with buzzing lights and floral bedspreads that smell like bleach. I couldn't shake the image of the creek bed, glittering like jewelry. I laid the tags on the dresser, one beside the other, and started looking up their unit number on my phone. The 216th Infantry, Tennessee National Guard, had indeed been active in the late 1960s, though records were thin. Mostly training units, not deployed overseas. But several forum posts mentioned a training accident near Bledsoe County in 1970. Unofficial, never confirmed. No fatalities listed. the story went that a small group of guardsmen had been doing live fire exercises in the forest when a flash flood swept through the valley. The creek, Carver's Branch, had overflowed after a sudden storm, drowning several men before anyone could reach them. Their bodies supposedly recovered, but the details were sketchy. Some said the army retrieved the equipment and left the rest. I don't know why that unsettled me more than it should have. People die in floods all the time, but there was a tone in those online posts. Vague, defensive. The kind of language that hides more than it reveals. The next morning, I decided to revisit the site before returning to Nashville. I told myself it was for verification, to record GPS coordinates for the historical division, but the truth was I just couldn't leave it alone. The creek was quieter under overcast skies. The shimmer beneath the surface had dulled, but I could still make out the outlines of the metal discs. I took a slow lap along the bank, checking for any sign of disturbance. That's when I saw the boot prints. Fresh, pressed deep into the mud near where I'd been kneeling yesterday. Large, size 12 maybe. And there were more than one set. I crouched, comparing the treads. Different patterns. One looked like standard work boots, another like tactical soles. The prints led straight from the trail to the and back again. Someone else had been here since I left. A branch snapped behind me. I turned fast, heart hammering, but it was just a deer moving through the undergrowth. Still, the sense of being watched clung tight. I finished the survey quickly, taking one last sample near the bend. As I packed up, I noticed a small object stuck in the silt beside my boot. A final tag, half hidden. I picked it up without thinking. The chain was intact, newer than the others. The surface uncorroded, the engraving clean. The name Yoast ML, my own last name. The birth date below Yo 4/9/1989, mine. But the issue date stamped on the back was Yoa 4/9/2026. Next year. For a long moment, I just stared, waiting for my brain to make sense of it. The font, the layout. It matched the others exactly, except for how new it looked. My first instinct was that it had to be a prank. Someone knew I was out here, maybe another surveyor messing with me. But the logic of that didn't hold. I hadn't told anyone about this site yet. The paperwork hadn't even been filed. I slipped the tag into my pocket and stood there, the creek murmuring beside me. The air felt thicker, like the storm was building again. On the way back to the truck, I glanced toward Emmett's property. His porch was empty this time, but a curtain in the front window shifted slightly, as if someone had been standing just out of sight. When I got back to the highway, I called my supervisor, James Craddock, and told him I'd found what looked like military artifacts that might warrant historical preservation. He sounded interested until I mentioned the newer tag with my name. Then his tone changed. "You probably misread it," he said. "Could be coincidence. Bring everything in when you get back. I'll forward it to the historical liaison." I didn't press. He'd never been one for speculation. But the unease followed me all the way home. That night, I placed the tag on my kitchen counter, under the glow of a single bulb. I told myself I'd check it again in daylight, maybe compare it to old samples, but my eyes kept returning to the date, next year. The engraving too perfect, the chain too clean. Outside, thunder rolled across the horizon. I didn't sleep much that night. The storm passed sometime before dawn, but the wind kept slapping against the windows, like someone trying to get my attention. Around 4 a.m., I gave up pretending and got out of bed. The tag was still on the counter, catching the dim blue from the streetlight. I turned it over again and again, half expecting to notice some flaw that would make everything simple. A misspelling, a different middle initial, anything. But it matched. By morning, I decided to take it straight to the County Historical Society in Pikeville before heading back to Nashville. Maybe they'd have something on the 216th Infantry or on Emmett Lowry, who clearly knew more than he wanted to say. The Historical Society was a brick building wedged between the courthouse and a diner. Inside smelled like paper and lemon cleaner. Behind the front desk sat a woman in her 60s with silver hair pinned into a bun, reading a romance paperback. She looked up as I entered, her expression polite but tired. "Morning," I said, holding out the Ziploc with the tags. "I work for the state. Found these in Carvage Branch while surveying. Thought someone here might know the history." Her eyes sharpened. "Dog tags." She took the bag, tilting it under the light. "Lord, that's a lot of names." "They all list the same unit number," I said. 2-1, 6th Infantry, Tennessee National Guard." She frowned. "My brother was Guard, but that was years later. The 2-1-6th got folded into another regiment in the 70s. Hold on, let me check something." She disappeared into a back room, leaving me among the display cases. Old photos of coal miners, rusted tools, black and white portraits of men in uniforms. The sort of history that looks solid until you realize how much was left out. When she returned, she was holding a binder thick with photocopies. "Here we go. Training battalion based out of Fort Campbell. There's a record here of a field casualty event in 70. No details listed. Just says training accident. 6 dead, 'cause undetermined. No names. 6, I counted in my head. That matched the first handful I'd pulled from the creek. You ever hear stories about that?" She hesitated. "Only whispers. Folks said it wasn't an accident. Something about lev ammo where blanks should have been. That or someone panicked during a night drill. Never got clear. After that, the Guard pulled out of Bledsoe County. No more exercises in that valley." I asked if she knew anyone who'd served in that unit. "Not personally. But you might try Mr. Lowry. He was Guard back then, I think. Lives out near the Forest Road." I nodded. "Already met him." Her brow furrowed. "He's still around." "Yeah. Spoke with him yesterday." She didn't answer right away, just pressed her lips together. "Well, be careful what you ask him. He's buried a lot out there." It wasn't until I was back in the truck that her choice of words hit me. Buried a lot. The drive up the ridge road was rougher after the rain. The dirt had turned to slick clay, tires sliding near the ditches. When I reached Emmett's property, the porch was empty again. No sign of movement. The curtains were drawn tight. I parked anyway and climbed the steps. The screen door creaked under my hand. I knocked. Waited. Nothing. Knocked again, louder. Finally, a shadow shifted behind the door. Then Emmett opened it halfway. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked older than yesterday. Like the night had added years to him. "Thought I told you not to stir that water," he said. "I just need to know where those tags came from," I replied. "They belong to real people. Their families might want to know." He shook his head. "Families got told already. Told lies, maybe, but told all the same. Then tell me the truth." For a moment, he just looked at me, jaw tight. Then he stepped aside. "You better come in." The inside of his house was crowded with relics. Photos, medals, a shelf of old field manuals, and a faint smell of oil and tobacco. He motioned toward a chair. I sat, the dog tags heavy in my pocket. I was there, he said finally. April of '70. Rain like you wouldn't believe. We were running a night drill down by Carver's Branch, simulating ambush retreat. The creek wasn't supposed to flood that fast, but it did. Came up waist deep in minutes. I leaned forward. The records say 6 men died. He gave a dry laugh. That's what they wrote. Truth is, 9 went in, 6 didn't come back. We found 2 bodies the next morning. The other 4 we never did. Command called it classified. Said we weren't to speak of it again. What happened to the rest? He stared at the wall, eyes distant. We thought they drowned. But there wasn't enough debris. No drag marks. It's like the creek just took them. Later that week, the colonel ordered us to clear the site. Bag any equipment, collect tags. Said we'd be moving the rest of the operation south. But when we went back, more tags kept showing up, like the water was pushing them out of the mud. The colonel had us dump them all back in. Said it was cleaner that way. I felt a chill. You dumped them yourselves. He nodded. Didn't argue. Didn't sleep right since. I took the tag with name from my pocket and placed it on the table. Then how do you explain this? He stared at it for a long time without touching it. His hands trembled. I can't, he whispered. But I'll tell you something I never told anyone. Those tags, they weren't all from men who served. Some had no records at all. Wrong serial formats, wrong blood types. Like someone had them made after. Maybe as a cover-up. Maybe something worse. I wanted to dismiss that as paranoia, but there was a steadiness in his voice that made it hard. Who would have done that? I asked. Not locals, Army brass. Clean-up units came through a week later. They burned our logs, hauled away the radio gear, told us to sign non-disclosure papers under threat of court-martial. He leaned closer. You're digging in ground that was never to be opened again. I left his house with more questions than answers. On the way back down the ridge, I called Craddock again. Told him everything Emmett said. He sighed like a man tired of problems. Look, he said. If this turns into a federal matter, it's out of our hands. Turn over the tags to evidence control. That's all we can do. But if the guard covered up deaths, then it's a military issue, not ours. You did your part. I hung up before I said something I'd regret. That evening, I stopped by the diner in town, mostly for coffee and space to think. The waitress, mid-20s, chewing gum, asked where I was from. When I told her I was doing fieldwork by Carden's Branch, her eyes widened slightly. People still go down there. Sometimes, I said. You know anything about it? She glanced toward an older man at the counter, maybe her father. My granddad used to talk about that place. Said the Army fenced it off after some boys died. Folks around here say they weren't all soldiers. Some were prisoners, brought in for training exercises off the books. Prisoners. That's the story. Chain gangs from the county work camp. They made M-run drills in uniform, so no one asked why the numbers didn't match. When the flood came, nobody claimed them. It was too absurd to believe. But absurd stories often grow from some truth. I thanked her, left cash on the counter, and went back to the motel. That night I dreamed about the creek. Water running clear over metal. hands reaching up through the current, palms open. When I woke, I couldn't tell if the sound I heard outside was rain or someone walking past the window. The next morning, I filed a preliminary report to headquarters, excluding any personal details. I listed the coordinates, artifact description, and potential historical contamination. Then I toured back toward Carver's Branch one last time. The forest was damp and silent. I parked near the trailhead and started down, notebook in hand. Every few yards, I stopped to take photos for documentation. Signs of erosion, washed out sediment. But when I reached a creek, the water was murky. The tags I'd seen before were gone. Not one shimmer left. I crouched by the spot where I'd found my tag. The silt was freshly disturbed. Boot prints again, 2 sets. The same patterns I'd seen before. A twig snapped somewhere upstream. I froze. Hello, my voice sounded too loud in the stillness. No answer, just the soft rush of water. Then another sound. Metal clinking faintly, like a chain dragged through stone. I scanned the bank. A dark shape moved between the trees. Gone before I could make it out. Whoever it was had been watching me. I decided to leave, fast but not panicked. Halfway up the trail, a low rumble reached me, an engine idling. When I broke through the brush, a black pickup sat blocking the dirt road. Tinted windows. No plates. A man stepped out, tall, lean, dressed in plain work clothes. His face was weathered, but his posture too sharp for a local farmer. "You Melanie Yost?" he asked. "Yes, can I help you?" He smiled, thin and tired. "You've been poking around where you shouldn't. Best drop it. Creek's been quiet a long time. Let it stay that way. Are you military?" He didn't answer. Just looked past me toward the woods, then back. "You didn't find anything down there?" "Understand." Before I could respond, he turned, climbed into the truck, and drove off, tires spitting gravel. I stood there a long while, listening to the echo fade. Then I looked back toward the trees. For the first time since this started, I realized what the old man meant about the creek having teeth. It didn't need to bite to make you bleed. It just needed to pull you under. That evening, I packed my equipment and left Bledsoe County behind. But when I stopped for gas near Dayton, I opened the glove box to grab a receipt book and saw something glinting inside. A dog tag. My tag. The one I'd left at home on the kitchen counter. The chain coiled like a question I didn't want to answer. By the time I reached Nashville, my nerves were raw. The drive should have taken 2 hours. I barely remember any of it. The dog tag on the passenger seat kept catching the light, like it was waiting for me to read it again. I went straight to the regional office downtown. Craddock's truck was already in the lot. I left the tag where it was, locked the doors, and forced myself inside. The building smelled of copy toner and rain damp paper. Craddock was in his cubicle, sleeves rolled up, scrolling through a spreadsheet. He looked up when I approached. "Back early." "I finished the survey," I said, and I was warned off the site. That got his attention. "By who?" "Middle-aged man, black pickup, no plates. Said to leave the creek alone." He sighed, rubbed his temples. "Melanie, this isn't our fight. You turned over the artifacts. File they're gone." I cut in. "All of them." "Someone cleaned the creek overnight." He studied me for a long moment. "Did you tell anyone else what you found?" "No. Just you, the historian. And Lowry." "Then you've already said too much." That tone, quiet, final, wasn't like him. He pushed a folder across the desk. Inside was my field log, neatly typed, every entry stamped. But the last page, the one where I'd listed the dog tags, had been blacked out. Who redacted this? I asked. He didn't answer directly. Let it go, Yost. For your own sake. We get reassigned next week. New wetlands project in Sumner County. You'll like that one. The conversation ended there. Outside, the rain had started again, thin and steady. I drove home, but Paranoia rode shotgun the whole way. Every dark SUV in my rearview mirror looked like the same one. I told myself I was overreacting. That's how people talk themselves into silence, by calling it paranoia. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the house looked the same, but my front door lock was scratched. A fine dusting of dirt lay on the floorboards inside, leading toward the kitchen. The counter was empty, the tag gone. Nothing else was touched. I didn't call the police. What would I even say? Someone stole a dog tag that shouldn't exist. They'd ask why it mattered, and I wouldn't have an answer they'd believe. So I sat there, lights off, watching the street until morning. The next day I drove to Pikeville again. I don't know what I thought I'd accomplish. Closure, maybe. The Historical Society door was locked. A handwritten sign taped up, closed for maintenance until further notice. Through the glass I could see boxes stacked against the walls. The woman from before was gone. I crossed to the diner. Same waitress, same dull hum of the refrigerator. When she saw me, her smile faltered. "You shouldn't be back," she said quietly. "Why not? They came by last night. Asked if anyone been asking about the guard. Suits, not cops. What'd you tell them?" "That I didn't know your name." She hesitated. "They said it was a security matter." "You make 'em nervous." I thanked her, left cash again, and walked out. Across the street, a man was sitting in a sedan, engine running. He didn't look at me directly, but he didn't leave either. I drove out of town the long way, cutting through old county roads, until I reached a weathered wooden bridge. The creek ran below, Carver's Branch again. Thinner now under the heat, I parked on the shoulder and climbed down. The water was still cloudy, no metal glints, no sign anyone had ever been there. But near the bend, the mud had been churned deeply, like someone had dragged something heavy through it. I crouched, brushing aside a layer of leaves. Underneath was the corner of a canvas bag, military style, stained dark. I pulled it free. The zipper was corroded but moved with a shove. Inside were more tags. Dozens, tangled together, still wet. A few had bits of chain attached. Hair stuck between links. Others were blank, like they'd never been stamped. At the bottom of the bag lay a stack of folded papers wrapped in plastic. I opened one. It was a guard operations log, dated April 1970. Several names matched the ones on the tags, but under status, all were listed as transferred. Not deceased, not missing. Transferred to Project Granite. No base, no coordinates. Just that name. I took photos with my phone, every page, every tag, and zipped the bag shut again. As I stood, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel above. The black pickup had returned. I barely made it to the trees before two men got out. One was the same from before. The other, younger, carried a shovel. They went straight to the creek, to the exact spot where I'd been kneeling minutes earlier. "See, told you someone found it," the older one said. "Should have buried it deeper." The younger muttered. They lifted the bag, set it on the bank, and began covering the area with fresh soil from the truck bed. I snapped photos from the tree line, hands shaking. When they finished, They stood looking down at their work in silence. "Think she's figured it out?" the younger asked. "Doesn't matter," the other said. "She'll stop once she understands what it costs." They left the way they came, dust rising behind the tires. When I was sure they were gone, I went back to the truck and drove until I had signal. Then I sent every photo, every file, to a friend I trusted at the Tennessee Journal. Subject line, "If something happens to me, look here." That evening, she called. "Jesus, Mel, where did you get this?" "Off the record," I said. "Do you know anyone who can confirm what project Granite was?" She was silent a moment. "I'll ask around. But if this was National Guard, it might fall under Department of Defense. You sure you want to keep poking?" "No," I said. "But I can't unsee it." 2 days later she called again. "Mel, listen carefully. Granite was a prisoner labor program run by the state in partnership with the Guard. Early 70s. Supposedly rehabilitative work training. But there are sealed reports about LAV, fire integration tests. It was disbanded after a congressional inquiry. Only there's no record of that inquiry ever happening. Integration tests. Using inmates as role players in combat simulations. Unarmed. Half of them never went back to their facilities. Officially, they escaped. Unofficially, her voice cracked. I hung up, sat on the couch, and tried to breathe. Those tags in the creek, they weren't just soldiers. They were prisoners too, stamped as soldiers to erase them, dumped when the story got inconvenient. I went to the sink and splashed water on my face. When I looked up, there was a reflection behind me in the window. A figure standing in the yard. I turned fast, but the yard was empty. Just rain starting again, thin and silver. That night I packed a duffel clothes, field notes, flash drive. Slept in my truck outside the city. At sunrise I drove to a friend's cabin near Crossville, figuring I'd lay low a few days. The first day was quiet. I hiked, wrote everything down while it was still clear. Second day, a drone passed low over the trees, twice. Third night, someone knocked on the cabin door. 3 sharp knocks, then silence. I stayed still. The handle turned once, then stopped. Whoever it was left after a minute. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to disappear into the woods like the rest. I printed everything. Photos, transcripts, timeline, and mailed copies to 3 different addresses: my lawyer, the Journal, and the Historical Society, even though it was closed. Then I drove back to Bledsoe County one final time. Carver's Branch looked different in the sunlight. Smaller, almost harmless. I parked by the bridge and walked down without my gear, just a notebook and my phone. The spot where the bag had been buried was smooth again, too smooth. Someone had come back to finish the job, but a corner of fabric still poked through, and beside it lay a single tag, face up. Low OR EJ 216th INF, OPOS 0422 1970. I sat down in the mud. The absurdity of it breaking something open inside me. Emmett hadn't just survived the flood. He'd been marked as one of the dead. Or maybe he'd traded places with someone who hadn't. I kept staring at the water until a shadow crossed over it. Emmett himself was standing on the opposite bank watching. "You shouldn't have come back," he called. His voice shook. "You knew," I said. "You knew what they did." I tried to bury it. "Why me?" He didn't answer. Just looked down at the tag in my hand. "You dig deep enough in this country, you always hit bone." He turned and disappeared into the trees. I left the tag where it lay and walked back to the truck. On the seat was an envelope, sealed, no postage. Inside, one sentence typed on government letterhead: site remediation complete. Do not return. I drove away without looking back. 2 weeks later, the Journal ran a short piece about possible misuse of guard training sites in the 1970s. It never mentioned Carver's branch or me. The article disappeared from the website within a day. I'm writing this now from my apartment, a year later. I still work for the state. Different department, mostly desk work. Sometimes, on inspection trips, I pass a creek and think I see something glinting under the water. I never stop to check. Last week a package arrived, no return address. Inside was a single dog tag. The chain clean, the metal new. The name read Yost ML again. But this time, the issue date wasn't next year. It was yesterday. I dropped it in a drawer and walked out into the rain, just to hear something honest again. The sound was the same as Carver's branch. Soft, endless, unrecorded. My name is Hunter Bell. I live in Maryville, Tennessee, about 40 minutes from the entrance to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I've hiked most of the trails there since high school, from Abrams Falls to Gregory Bald. But I never thought I'd come to hate the sound of park, gravel crunching under my boots. It's been 5 months since my girlfriend, Lily Hart, vanished somewhere inside the loop road of Cades Cove. The official report lists her as missing, presumed deceased. I don't accept that. Not when the last signal her phone ever sent matched a location the Rangers swore was closed. We'd been together 2 years. She was practical, smart, the kind of person who checked weather forecasts twice and carried extra socks in labeled Ziploc bags. Lily was finishing a nursing degree while I worked construction. She'd been stressed lately. Finals, family, too much coffee, and the trip was supposed to clear her head. She suggested Cades Cove because it felt safe. A tourist loop, black bears, yes, but nothing worse. We drove out on a Friday morning in late May. The park was already thick with visitors. The valley looked washed clean after a night storm, the meadows slick and silver. Lily was in the passenger seat, barefoot, her feet on the dash, humming to the radio. She'd been quiet most of the week but talkative that morning. About work. About getting an apartment together when she graduated. When we passed the gate, she leaned out the window and took a picture of the wooden Cades Cove sign, like it was her first time seeing it. The plan was to camp overnight near Abrams Creek. Nothing official, just a cleared patch of grass off one of the service roads. We'd done it before. I remember she'd packed her grandmother's old thermos and a paperback she never finished reading. She liked that particular book because it still smelled like cedar and tobacco. Around 2 in the afternoon, a ranger truck blocked the road near Hyatt Lane. A uniformed woman told us a section of the loop was temporarily closed for maintenance. She said there was no through traffic past mile 6. We turned around, drove to a pull-off near the Methodist church, and ate lunch in the car. That was when Lily started talking about how peaceful it felt. Like time doesn't move here, she said. She took her phone, stepped out to get a photo of the church against the ridgeline, and stayed out longer than I expected. When she came back, she said she wanted to walk a bit. Just stretch her legs. I told her I'd clean up and meet her in 10 minutes. That's the last time I saw her. At first, nothing felt wrong. I finished packing the cooler, folded the blanket, and figured she'd loop back soon. The field behind the church has a short trail that circles the graveyard, maybe a quarter mile. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I called her name, expecting a shout back. Nothing. I walked the loop twice. Her footprints were faint in the mud but visible, heading toward the tree line where the path meets the woods. I called her phone. It rang once and cut off. I texted, "You okay?" No response. Then I noticed her tote bag still in the car. Inside were her wallet, charger, and book. Only her phone and camera were missing. By 3, I was walking fast down the trail toward the closed section the ranger had mentioned earlier. The park was unusually quiet. No chatter. No engine sounds from the loop road. I yelled again and again. The trees soaked it up. By 5, panic set in. I ran back to the parking area and flagged down another couple taking photos. They hadn't seen anyone matching her description. I used their phone to call 911. Dispatch transferred me to the park service. A ranger named Dyer met me 40 minutes later. I told him everything. Where she walked, what she wore, that she didn't have her wallet. He nodded, calm, too calm. He said the closed section was off limits due to flood damage, but that they'd check. Night fell before they let me join the search. They had dogs, flashlights, radios. Nothing, no prints, no fabric, no sound. I remember the dogs whining near a drainage culvert but refusing to go in. Dyer said it was raccoons. They suspended the ground search after 72 hours. Rain came and erased what little trace remained. Her parents flew in from Knoxville, hollow-eyed. Reporters called it a tragic disappearance. The park reopened within a week. 3 weeks later, I got a notification on my phone from the Find My Device app. It was Lily's. I'd set up location sharing months earlier when we went hiking in the Smokies, mostly as a precaution. The map pin appeared around midnight, pulsing red over a gray stretch of road labeled Cades Cove Loop, closed section. I thought it was a glitch, but when I zoomed in, the coordinates matched the maintenance zone the Rangers had blocked that day. I screenshotted it and drove there before sunrise. The gate was chained, but the lock was loose, hanging from the bolt. I slid it off and walked in with a flashlight. The air smelled of damp hay and gasoline. The pavement curved ahead, cracked and overgrown. Fog sat low, almost solid. Her car was there. Same silver Honda Civic. Windows fogged from the inside. I froze for a full minute before moving closer. The license plate matched. The doors were locked. Through the glass I could see her denim jacket, folded neatly on the passenger seat. Her phone was in the cup holder. Screen black. The radio was on low volume, static mixed with faint music. When I leaned close, I heard my own voice. My voicemail from that morning before she disappeared. "Hey, just checking if you're up yet. Grab some breakfast before we hit the road." I must have stood there shaking for a minute. Then I tried the doors again, pulled so hard the handle nearly snapped. Nothing. I called 911 from that spot. They told me to stay put. Rangers arrived an hour later. Not Dwyer this time, but a man named Barlow and 2 others. I showed them the car. They acted like they'd already known it was said. One of them said, "We recovered it earlier, but didn't have confirmation on ownership." I told them that was impossible. The keys were still inside. And I'd been there for nearly an hour before they arrived. They ordered me back behind the gate while they processed the vehicle. I wasn't allowed to watch. Later that afternoon, a Park Service investigator met me at the ranger station. His name was Will Crane, plainclothes, mid-40s. He asked routine questions. Had we argued? Was she depressed? Did she take medication? I told him no, no, and no. Then I asked if her phone still worked. He said it was water, damaged, and offered no explanation for why it pinged that night. When they released me, I went straight to Lily's parents' motel in Townsend. Her mother clutched my arm, like she was trying to hold herself upright. "Did you see her car?" she whispered. I nodded. She said, "They told us it was found miles from where she parked." "Are you sure it's the same one?" I said yes. She looked relieved, then terrified again. Over the next month, I tried everything. Filed Freedom of Information requests, emailed park dispatch logs, searched public GPS databases. No mention of the signal. No incident report that matched the date. The only proof I had was that screenshot. Then one night, while scrolling through old photos on Lily's cloud account, she'd given me access once for a class project. I noticed a new folder, timestamped the same night as the ping. It held one image, a blurred shot of trees and headlights. In the reflection of the glass, maybe the car window, I could see part of a face. A man's, not mine. I printed it out and took it to the Blount County Sheriff's Office. The deputy barely glanced at it before saying, "Probably a trick of light." Every door I knocked on closed the same way. Now I drive to the park every week. I park near the loop entrance. Walk until the forest drowns out the sound of traffic. I tell myself I'll stop, that I'll move on. But I keep ending up near that locked gate. It's open again now, repaired and safe for visitor use. The same pavement where her car sat looks untouched. New paint lines, no sign of the search. But when the wind shifts, I swear I can still hear that voicemail playing under the static. My own voice looping back to me from somewhere in the trees. That's where I start each visit. Same gate, same road, hoping for something that isn't coming. But last week, something changed. When I reached the curve where the car had been, I noticed tire marks, fresh, deep, veering into the grass. A faint smell of exhaust hung in the air. I thought maybe a ranger truck had passed through. But then I saw it, a single object lying in the ditch. A phone case, blue silicone worn at the edges. Hers. I picked it up, wiped the dirt off, and felt the faint outline of a sticker she'd added, a small crescent moon. I pressed the power button. Nothing. Dead. That night I charged it using her old cable. The screen lit up with a soft glow, cracked across the top. A lock screen appeared. Her background photo, the one of us at Fontana Lake. But what froze me was the time of the last notification. 1:47 a.m. One new voicemail. From me. The timestamp the night she disappeared. The screen flickered twice before the audio icon appeared. My stomach clenched. I'd stared at that single line, voicemail 1, for almost an hour before pressing play. The recording was 32 seconds long. It began with static, like someone had brushed the phone against fabric. Then a sound I knew too well, the low hum of my truck engine. I heard my own voice say, "You coming back soon?" Then a pause, followed by something that wasn't me. Heavy breathing, faint movement, maybe outside air rushing through a cracked window. At the 10-second mark, a distant thunk, like a door shutting. At 15 seconds, a woman's voice whispered, "Hunter." Drawn out, unsure. Then something metallic scraped the mic, and the rest dissolved into wind. I played it again, and again. By the third listen, I noticed the echo in her tone, the way her voice bounced slightly, like she was inside something hollow, maybe the car or a tunnel. The timestamp matched the last ping on the map 1:47 a.m., May 23rd. I didn't sleep that night. I sent the file to myself and tried calling the number it came from, but it rang into silence. My call history still listed my own voicemail box as if I'd left it. That made no sense. The next morning I went back to the park office in Townsend. Ranger Barlow was there, the same one who'd handled the vehicle recovery. He looked up from his desk as soon as I walked in. "I told you, Mr. Bell, we're not releasing further records until the investigation's closed." "I'm not asking for records," I said. "I found something of hers." He frowned. "What kind of something?" "Her phone. And there's a voicemail from me, but it's not one I ever left." That earned a longer look. He motioned toward a side room. Inside, the air smelled of wet wood and instant coffee. He asked to see the phone. I hesitated, then handed it over. He held it delicately, like it might explode, scrolling through the cracked screen. "You said you recovered this yourself?" "Yes. 2 nights ago, near the same section where her car was." He nodded slowly. "Mr. Bell, I don't know how to explain this without sounding well. That area was cleared. We went over it multiple times. You shouldn't have found anything there. So maybe you missed something." Barlow's jaw tensed. "Maybe. Or maybe someone planted it later." "Planted it? Who willed?" He set the phone down and leaned forward. "Listen. We've had issues lately with people making content out of park incidents. True crime vloggers, amateur investigators. They slip into closed areas and stir things up. If you've got reason to believe someone else accessed that section recently, I'll file a report. But if you're suggesting I'm not suggesting anything," I cut in. "I just want to know what that recording is." He exhaled, rubbed his forehead. "Leave it with me a day or two. I'll run it through tech." I didn't want to. Every instinct told me to keep it. But I knew if I refused, he'd use that as an excuse to write me off. I left it there, signed a chain of custody form, and drove home feeling hollow. By evening, I regretted it completely. 2 days passed. No call. On the 3rd morning, I went back. The receptionist said Barlow was out, on patrol. When I asked for the phone, she checked the log and told me, "It's listed as transferred to federal custody." "Federal? FBI Liaison Office in Knoxville?" she said, eyes down. That night I emailed the Knoxville field office. No reply. I sent a certified letter. Still nothing. Meanwhile, I started noticing little shifts around my house. Mail arriving opened. A car idling across the street with the lights off. Maybe paranoia. But maybe not. The voicemail kept looping in my head. That one word she said. My name, drawn out like she was trying to warn me or reach me. By July, I'd started piecing together my own timeline. There were park webcams that archived images for wildlife monitoring. Most reset weekly. But one old feed near the Hyatt Lane intersection, still uploaded to a public server. The images were grainy, time-stamped every 15 minutes. I downloaded everything from the night Lily vanished. At 1:30 a.m., the feed showed nothing but fog. At 1:45, faint headlights cutting through it. At 200, the same lights, but angled into the woods off-road. The car shape looked small, low, like her Civic. At 2015, darkness again. No rangers logged a vehicle at that hour. I printed those frames and took them to Dwyer, the first ranger, the one who'd led the initial search. He was retired now but lived in Alco. His wife answered the door, wary until I explained who I was. He came out in flannel pajama pants, Gray beard, tired eyes. I remember that case, he said, flipping through the photos. Damn shame. Bright kid. Can you tell me why the logs from that weekend are missing entries? He looked up, something unreadable in his face. You been talking to Barlow? I tried. He said the case was still open. That's convenient. He leaned back in his chair. Let me tell you something off the record. We were short staffed that month. Maintenance crews had contractors working nights on that stretch. Asphalt repair, drainage clearing, that sort of thing. They weren't supposed to be there after dark, but sometimes they were. I remember one of the foremen saying a sedan drove through the barricade after hours. We thought it was a lost tourist. Did they report it? They did. But the file never made it into the main database. I asked once, got told to let it rest. Why? He hesitated. Because the vehicle in the description matched one already impounded. I sat there stunned. Lily's car. Could be. Look, Hunter, these things get messy. The Park Service has jurisdictional overlaps with the county, with federal land managers. Sometimes evidence gets duplicated, sometimes erased. It's not always sinister. But I've seen cases where they'd rather mark something as environmental hazard than unsolved. Abduction. He said it gently, like he was apologizing for telling the truth. Before I left, he added, if you want to dig, start with the contractors. Name was Crowell and Sons Paving, based in Sevierville. The crew chief's name was Marty Crane. I thanked him and drove straight there the next morning. The office was a prefab trailer off Highway 66. A woman at the counter told me Marty had retired last fall. She gave me his address with a shrug. He likes to talk about the old days. Marty lived alone in a farmhouse near Wares Valley. When I knocked, he opened the door halfway, cigarette already burning. You from the park? No. Hunter Bell. My girlfriend went missing out there last May. I was told your crew might have been working that night. His eyes narrowed. Who told you that? Ranger Dwyer. He exhaled smoke long and slow. That man needs to keep his mouth shut. I waited. Finally he said, yeah, we were out there. Flooding had washed a culvert clean through. We stayed late to finish filling it. About 1 a.m. we saw headlights. Figured it was a Ranger. But the car stopped short. Just sat there with the engine running. Did you see who was inside? No. Windows fogged. Then the lights went off. We walked over, thinking maybe they needed help. By the time we got close, the car started again and rolled forward. Real slow. Then backed up. Like the driver couldn't decide. I yelled, but they didn't answer. He took another drag. After that, nothing. We heard what sounded like a door slam in the woods. Thought maybe they went to take a piss. 10 minutes later, the car was gone. Didn't think much of it. Till the next morning when the Rangers showed up, asking about a missing girl. I asked if he reported what he saw. He nodded. To my boss. He said he'd handle it. Told me not to mention it again. Said the footage from our dash cams didn't come out. I stared at him. Footage. He looked away. Every truck's got a camera now. Ours too, but the SD cards went missing the day after. Who took them? He gave a bitter laugh. You think they tell me that? I know how this goes, son. You start asking, they start looking at you instead. I left with my pulse hammering. Everything he said made sense in the worst possible way. That night I parked by the loop gate again. Full moon overhead. the same damp wind curling through the fields. I walked the road with my flashlight off, counting the turns until I reached the spot where her car had been found. The pavement still gleamed from recent repairs. I stood there until my eyes adjusted, and that's when I saw it. Barely visible against the asphalt, a small patch of darker concrete. A faint rectangular stain. Kneeling closer, I could make out the outline of letters, CA, like someone had painted over a marking but didn't finish the job. Maybe coincidence, maybe not. On the way back to my truck, I noticed movement near the tree line. A figure, maybe 50 yards out, carrying a light that bobbed low to the ground. It wasn't a ranger's beam. Too yellow, too erratic. I called out, "Hello." The light froze. Then it went out. I stood still, listening. Footsteps in the grass, slow and deliberate, retreating toward the woods. I followed a few paces, but stopped when I heard the crunch of something metallic under my boot. I knelt and found a small object half buried in the dirt. A maintenance badge, corroded but readable. CROL and SONAS, EMPLOIEIDM Queren. When I looked up again, the forest was silent. I pocketed the badge and got in my truck. For the first time in months, I didn't drive straight home. I parked outside the park gate until dawn, watching each ranger vehicle come and go. None stopped to check the road I'd been on. That morning I mailed copies of the webcam stills and a summary of what I'd found to Lily's parents, to Dwyer, even to a reporter I'd once spoken to. If something happened to me, at least the pieces would be out there. But that afternoon, a letter arrived at my house with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typed, no signature. Stiop diging. Yo your e not theony. Oni wo lost, senlowen theory. The letter sat on my kitchen table for 2 days before I could bring myself to touch it again. No envelope, no smudged fingerprints, no postmark I could trace. Just that line, "You're not the only one who lost someone there." It wasn't a threat, not exactly. More like a warning dressed as sympathy. I went through every theory. Maybe another family had lost someone. Maybe it was meant to spook me off the trail. I didn't tell Lily's parents. They'd been barely holding on as it was. Instead, I drove back to Alcoa to see Dwyer again. When he opened the door, I held up the letter. He read it twice. "That's not park stationery," he said. "I know. But someone who knew what I was doing sent it. Or someone who wants you to think that." We sat on his porch while cicadas rattled through the heat. Dwyer finally said, "If you still want answers, you need to talk to the maintenance contractors. The park uses layers of them. Cleanup crews. Survey teams. There's one name that keeps turning up on forms that shouldn't exist." He went inside, came back with a yellowed folder. "I shouldn't have this," he said, and slid out a photocopy of a work order. It listed a project for Cades Cove Loop. Night drainage inspection, dated the same weekend Lily disappeared. The company name was blurred, overwritten, but at the bottom someone had initialed it AD. "Who's AD?" I asked. "Administrative liaison. No one by that name worked for the park. But those initials show up in 3 other incident reports. One's a vehicle recovery, one's a wildlife strike, and one's an unresolved human contact. That last one means they found signs someone was there, but no person to match it." He folded the paper back. "I'm telling you this because I'm done keeping quiet. Just be careful." The next week I followed the trail of that fake work order. Public records, subcontract lists, local permits. Every road led back to a holding company in Knoxville, AD. Environmental Services. Its registered agent was listed as Arden Dale. The office address turned out to be an empty storefront between a laundromat and a payday loan shop. I called the phone number anyway. A woman answered on the third ring. Dale Services. I tried to keep my voice even. Hi. This is Hunter Bell. I'm looking for Mr. Dale regarding the Cades Cove maintenance contracts. A pause. Then, hold. Please. The line clicked, muted music for 10 seconds, then a man's voice, Mr. Bell. You've been busy. My throat went dry. Is this Arden Dale? I'm who you were hoping to reach. Why don't you tell me what it is you think you found? I hesitated. I'm looking for information about my girlfriend. She disappeared last May, inside the closed section of the loop. Your company's name came up on a work order from that weekend. Another pause, lighter this time. That's not possible. We terminated our contract with the Park Service in 2020. I have the document right here. Then you have something forged. I'd be happy to meet and clear things up. He gave me an address in Townsend, an old warehouse near the river. Said to come after 6. Everything about it felt wrong, but I went anyway. The warehouse sat half hidden behind weeds, a faded sign reading Dale & Co. Surveying. A single truck was parked outside, mud-caked tires, no plates. I kept my phone recording in my jacket pocket as I knocked. The man who opened the door wasn't what I expected. Mid-50s, stocky, calm eyes. Mr. Bell, he said, like greeting a neighbor. Come in. Inside smelled of sawdust and oil. Folded maps covered a table. He gestured to a chair. You're persistent. That's rare. You work the Cades Cove loop. He smiled faintly. We all work the cove one way or another. Lily Hart disappeared there. His expression didn't change. Yes. I read about that. Then you know her car was found in a closed section. You know a crew was working there that night. I know a lot of people claim to work there. The park's a maze of permits and temporary hires. Half the men don't even use their real names. Because liability is expensive. He leaned back. You want the truth? Fine. My company bid for maintenance contracts years ago. Drainage, erosion, chemical cleanup. But after the big flood of 2018, the Park Service decided to start outsourcing under different shells. Some of those crews were legitimate. Some weren't. They used the same letterhead, the same truck decals. You see where I'm going? I nodded slowly. Whoever you're looking for may not have working under any official authority. Then who are they? He looked at me for a long time. Mr. Bell, when you pave over old land, sometimes you stir things up. Graves, artifacts, burial sites. There's a whole system for removing that evidence. Quietly so projects don't get delayed. I suspect your girlfriend drove into one of those operations. She saw something she wasn't supposed to. That's impossible. She wouldn't have. Doesn't matter what she would or wouldn't have done. Once a site's classified, no one talks. My chest tightened, so they covered it up. He didn't answer. I stood to leave shaking. If that's true, I'm taking it to the press. Dale said softly, you won't get far. And you're not the first who tried. That stopped me. What do you mean? He picked up a folder from the table and slid it across. Inside was a photocopy of a missing persons report dated 2016. Different name Abigail Dean, age 24. Disappeared near Cades Cove. Same initials as the signature on that work order, AD. She was my daughter. he said. I built the company looking for her. Thought if I worked inside their system, I'd find out what happened. Instead, I learned how easy it is for a person vanish when there's paperwork to hide it. He closed the folder. Walk away, Hunter. You can't fix it. The park will eat the story before daylight. I left without a word. For days after, I couldn't decide whether to believe him. Maybe he'd made it up. Maybe he wanted me scared enough to quit. But when I compared Abigail Dean's photo to Lily's, same dark hair, same small frame, same stretch of road, I felt something drop in me. A cold certainty that whatever had taken one had taken the other. The next step was obvious. Prove the site existed. I borrowed a friend's drone and hiked the old service path behind the closed loop, sticking to dawn hours before tourists arrived. The repairs looked fresh but uneven. About half a mile in, the asphalt broke into packed clay. I launched the drone, guiding it above the tree line. On the monitor, the ground opened into a clearing, an oval depression lined with tarps and piles of gravel. In the middle, a rectangle of poured concrete, cleaner than anything around it. No markings, no tools. Just new cement where there should have been grass. I took screenshots and coordinates, packed up fast, and left before anyone could spot me. Back home, I sent the images to a contact at a small paper, Knoxville, a reporter named Laura Keene, who'd covered environmental corruption before. She replied within the hour, meet me tomorrow morning. Don't bring anyone else. We met in a diner off Elko Highway. She ordered black coffee, took notes while I showed her the photos. When I told her about Dale and the work orders, she didn't look surprised. We've heard whispers, she said. Unreported cleanups tied to old chemical dumps from the 60s. The park denies they exist. If your girlfriend stumbled onto one, she'd be in danger. She'd be inconvenient. We agreed to share what we found. She'd dig through corporate filings. I'd locate anyone from Crowell, and Son's still willing to talk. We planned to meet again the next week. But the next morning, Laura called voice low. Hunter, my editor, pulled the story. Said the park threatened to revoke press access. I'm sorry. Then leak it. Already tried. The files disappeared off our server overnight. I didn't say anything for a while. Then I thanked her and hung up. That evening I drove back to Cades Cove one last time. Not to chase ghosts or signals. Just to stand where it happened. The loop was empty, dusk spilling through the trees. I parked near the church where Lily had first stepped out, the one with the weather-worn graveyard. The grass had grown high over the stones. I walked to the tree line, the same place her footprints had led. Everything smelled of rain and earth. The wind moved the branches in slow rhythm. For a moment, I could almost imagine her there. Barefoot, camera slung over her shoulder, looking back to tell me she'd just be a minute. I stayed until the light died, then started back toward the car. A ranger truck passed on the road, slowed, then kept going. When I reached my truck, there was a note tucked under the wiper. Some things you don't find by looking. No signature. I sat there until night fell, the valley swallowed in fog. My phone buzzed once. An unknown number. I answered. Static. Then a single breath. And the faintest sound of my own voice. Echoing back, you coming back soon. I didn't speak. I just listened until the line went dead. In the official file, Lily Hart remains missing. The case is inactive, pending new evidence. Her car sits in a storage lot outside Maryville, sealed and tagged. I visit once a month, start the engine, let it idle. The radio still works. Sometimes, when the static catches just right, it plays the same voicemail. The one I never left. I've learned to stop expecting answers. The mountains keep their dead well. Whatever happened in that closed section of Cades Cove, it isn't mine to solve anymore. But every time the phone buzzes with a random ping, a phantom signal in the woods, I still look. Not because I think she's out there, because somewhere, someone knows why she isn't. And that's enough to keep me from leaving it alone. My name is Rowan Pike. I was 20. 8 the summer I drove the Blue Ridge Parkway from end to end. A trip I'd promised myself I'd take after my father's death. He'd been a ranger once, stationed mostly North Carolina. And he used to talk about the road like it was alive. We'd change his moods, he'd say. You'll see the same ridge twice and swear the light's different each time. When he died, I found his old route maps in a shoebox, folded crisp, with dates written in the margins. That's what sent me out there in the first place. To follow the same curves, maybe see what he saw. I started near Cherokee and aimed north, camping where the mood felt right. It was late June, the kind of humid heat that sticks in your throat. My car, a faded silver Subaru with one flickering headlight, rattled up the incline like an old smoker. I'd just passed Asheville when the rain started. A slow mist at first, then hard and fast. The radio faded into static. I remember thinking it felt too quiet for how heavy the rain was. That's when I saw him. He was standing just past a turnout, under a crooked sign that said, Cold Spring Gap, campground closed for maintenance. The man looked maybe mid-30s, thin, with a long poncho that hung off him like old wax paper. He had his thumb out, and even through the curtain of rain, I caught the glint of something metallic in his other hand. A key. Now, I don't normally pick up hitchhikers. My dad drilled that into me young. People get lost out here, he used to say. And some don't want to be found. But there was something off about leaving someone standing in that storm. So I slowed, rolled the window down just enough to shout. You headed north. He leaned close, rain running down his face, in clean streaks through the dirt. Yeah. Locked out of my sight, he said, holding up the key. It had a green tag, shaped like a ranger badge, with the letters USMPS stamped in the center. That gave me pause. You a ranger? Used to be, he said. Just trying to get back to my spot. Truck's up near the loop. He didn't sound drunk or dangerous, just cold. I told him to hop in. He slid into the passenger seat, dripping everywhere, setting the key carefully on the dashboard like it mattered more than anything else he owned. We drove in silence for a while. His clothes were older, canvas jacket, flannel shirt, boots caked with mud. He smelled faintly like campfire smoke and damp pine. The road wound tighter, fog pressing in on both sides. Finally, I asked, which campground are you locked out of? He hesitated. Cades Cove. That made me glance over. That's hours away. You walked from there. He gave a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. Not straight through. Got turned around. People think these roads connect like they used to, but they don't. I didn't know what he meant. I'd just come up from Cades Cove a week earlier. It was miles and miles of loops, deer crossings, and half-collapsed cabins. No ranger I'd met there looked anything like this man. The rain eased to drizzle. I remember the windshield wipers squealing. that hollow rhythm filling the silence. Then he asked quietly, "You ever lose something out here?" "What do you mean?" He ran a hand along the window glass, watching the water streak down. "Something that should have stayed." "A promise. People think the woods forget, but they don't. They keep things, just different." I thought maybe he was one of those travelers who liked to talk philosophy, so I just nodded and said, "Wes, that's true." He gave a small laugh, almost a sigh. "You sound like your father." That froze me. "How would you know that?" He looked at me, really looked. "You said you were following his route." But I hadn't said that. Not to him. I hadn't said a word about my dad. For a few miles I kept my focus on the road, trying to convince myself I'd mentioned it earlier, and just forgotten. Maybe he'd guessed from the maps on my dash. Maybe it was nothing. The fog thickened again, and before long we came to a small service station. One of those old roadside places with a flickering fluorescent sign. I pulled in to get gas, more for an excuse to breathe than anything. The man didn't move. He was staring at the key. "You good?" I asked. He nodded. "Just don't let them reset the pumps. They always reset too early here." I didn't know what that meant either. I stepped out, the air cool and sharp after the rain. The gas station lights hummed, and a dog barked somewhere in the distance. Inside, a woman behind the counter. Maybe in her 50s, red hair fading to gray. Watched me like I was the first person she'd seen in hours. "Evening," I said, handing over a 20. She rang it up, glancing out at my car. "You traveling alone?" "Just passing through," I said. "Picked up a hitchhiker back there. Said he's a ranger or used to be. Had a key with your emblem on it." At that, she paused. "What kind of key?" I described it, green tag, old badge shape, USMPS stamped in the middle. Her face changed, the easy politeness draining away. "You sure?" "Yeah." "Why?" She reached under the counter, pulled out a small, sun-bleached brochure. "That design's been gone 20 years. They retired it after what happened at Cold Spring Gap." "What happened?" 2 rangers killed. Campsites shut down. They never found who did it." I turned slowly toward the car. The hitchhiker was still inside, but he wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at the tree line beyond the station, like he was waiting for something to step out. I forced a laugh, trying to shake it off. "Maybe it's just an old souvenir." "Maybe," she said, though her voice didn't sound convinced. "You said Cold Spring Gap? That's where you picked him up?" "Yeah." She looked at me hard. "That place has been closed since 2001. When I walked back outside, the air felt different. Thinner. Like the sound had been pulled out of it." The man looked up as I approached. "Everything all right?" he asked. "Yeah. They said your key's from an old lock system." He tilted his head. "Locks don't change the woods. Just people." I didn't know what to say to that, so I slid back behind the wheel and started the engine. The gas station lights flickered twice and went out completely as we pulled away. We drove another mile before I noticed the odometer wasn't moving. Neither was the clock on the dash. It read ton 04, same as when I'd left the station. "Your gauge stuck?" he asked, voice soft. "I guess." He nodded once. "Sometimes they don't keep time right on this stretch. Happens when the fog's heavy." That wasn't comforting. I glanced at him again. His poncho was mostly dry now, though I didn't remember the heater being on. The key still sat on the dash, gleaming faintly in the dim light. "Where'd you say your truck was again?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "Near the overlook. You'll know it when you see it." The fog pressed closer, wrapping the road in pale gray. My headlights barely reached 10 feet ahead. It felt like driving through milk. Then, just as he said, an overlook appeared. A cracked pull-off with a broken guardrail and a faded sign half covered in moss. "Here," he said. I slowed. "You sure?" He picked up the key, turned it in his hand, and looked at me like he wanted to say something else. "You should keep driving after I'm gone. Don't stop till you reach the bridge." "Which bridge?" "You'll know." He opened the door, stepped out into the fog, and shut it gently behind him. I watched him walk toward the tree line until he vanished. Not like he went out of sight, but like the fog swallowed him whole. I sat there a long minute, waiting to see if he'd reappear. When he didn't, I finally pulled away. The road curved, the car climbing higher. After maybe 10 minutes, I glanced at the dash. The key was back on it, just sitting there, wet again, as if someone had placed it down carefully while I wasn't looking. I didn't stop right away. The road cut higher into the hills, fog tightening around me like gauze, and I just kept driving with my hands locked at 10 and 2. I thought maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the key had slid out from under the seat or rolled from somewhere else. But when I reached for it, the metal was cold and slick, wet like it had just come out of the rain. I placed it in the cup holder and kept going, trying to focus on the lines of the road. A few miles later, the fog began to break, revealing dark slopes of forest on either side. Black trees, deep and endless. I found a pull-off with a picnic table and parked there, killed the engine, and just sat listening. No crickets. No wind. Even the engine ticked softer than usual. I told myself I'd throw the key out, just toss it into the woods and be done. But I couldn't. Every time I reached for it, something in me hesitated, like I owed the man the courtesy of returning it. After 10 minutes of that back and forth, I finally decided to camp nearby. It was late, close to midnight, and the nearest lodge was at least an hour away. I pulled my small tent from the trunk and set up in a clearing just off the shoulder. The ground was damp but level. The fog hovered like low smoke, muffling sound, muting everything but my heartbeat. I built a small fire, ate a granola bar, and sat watching the flames. The key lay beside me on a rock, reflecting orange light. The longer I stared at it, the stranger it looked. The tag wasn't just stamped metal, but engraved with something faint, almost like initials beneath the USNPS emblem. I leaned closer. RP, my breath caught. My own initials. I almost laughed, thinking it must be coincidence. Probably just worn scratches that happened to form letters. But when I traced them with my thumb, they felt deliberate, sharp, etched deep enough to catch light. I told myself I was tired, seeing patterns where there weren't any. The mind does that out here. My father used to say the woods could make mirrors out of shadows. I zipped up my tent and tried to sleep. I woke once, around 2 a.m., to the sound of gravel crunching. Someone walking. My first thought was a deer, but the rhythm was wrong. Deliberate. Slow steps that stopped when I held my breath. "Hello," I called out. No answer, just the soft hum of fog against fabric. Then something metallic clicked outside, like a key turning in a lock. I waited, heart hammering. The sound came again. Closer, right at the tent flap. I unzipped it an inch, flashlight trembling in my hand. No one. Just the fire burned down to embers, fog curling low. I stepped out, sweeping the beam in circles. The key was gone from the rock. I turned toward the car, half expecting to see someone sitting inside. The doors were locked, windows clear. Then I noticed something faint on the windshield. Smeared. Lines where someone had traced a shape with a finger. It was the outline of the Ranger badge. I slept in the car after that, every door locked, the key fob clutched in my hand. I must have drifted off sometime before dawn, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was leaking through the fog, and the forest was alive again with birds. For a moment, it felt like the night hadn't happened at all, until I looked down. The key was back in the cup holder. I drove until noon without stopping. I passed familiar markers, Craggy Gardens, Graybeard Mountain, Linville Falls, though I barely remembered the miles between them. Every station I passed was closed, every turnoff empty. It wasn't until I reached a diner near Spruce Pine that I finally stopped for food. Inside, it smelled like coffee and fried dough. A few truckers sat at the counter, heads bent over plates. The waitress was maybe my age, with tired eyes and a silver cross around her neck. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said as she poured my coffee. "Feels like it," I muttered, forcing a smile. "Picked up a hitchhiker last night near Cold Spring Gap. He left something behind." She raised a brow. "That campground's closed. Been closed a long time." "Yeah, I know." He said he was locked out. Had an old Ranger key, green tag. Her hand froze mid-pour. "You didn't keep it, did you?" I hesitated. "It's in my car?" She set the pot down hard enough to rattle the cup. "You should get rid of it." "Why?" She lowered her voice, glancing toward the other tables. "My uncle worked for the Park Service. Said there was a ranger up there years ago, name of Eli Morton. Used to keep an old metal tag on his keyring, just like that. He disappeared during the murders. Body never found." I blinked. "You think the man I picked up was him?" "I don't know what you picked up," she said. "But that road still takes people. Some come back different." When I left, she pressed a small silver lighter into my hand. "If it follows you," she whispered, "fire helps it remember what it is." I didn't know what that meant, but I took it anyway. Back on the road, clouds gathered again, thick and heavy. The fog rolled in sooner this time, almost too fast, swallowing the landscape like the night before. I turned the radio on to keep myself grounded. Static. I cycled through every station, but all I got were faint voices under the noise. Fragments of words, maybe music, maybe breath. Then, at 10:04 exactly, the dash clock froze again. A few miles later, I saw the bridge he'd mentioned. It wasn't much. An old iron truss bridge spanning a narrow river, the kind that rattles when you drive across it. I slowed as I approached, remembering his warning, "Don't stop till you reach the bridge." Halfway across, the car jerked. The engine sputtered and died. I coasted to a stop in the center, rain beginning to fall again. I tried the ignition. Nothing. The fog thickened. Water dripped from the truss beams above. I got out, popped the hood, and leaned over. No visible issue, no smoke, nothing. That's when I heard footsteps again, coming from the far end of the bridge. Slow, even, deliberate. "Hey!" I called out. "You there?" The steps stopped. Then, faintly through the fog, "You didn't return it." The voice was calm, familiar. I turned, heart hammering. The shape materialized slowly. Tall, thin, The same poncho, the same steady walk. He stopped a few yards from me, water dripping off the brim of his hood. "I told you to drive through," he said. "The car died. I managed. Look, I've got your key." I reached into my pocket, pulled it out. But when I held it up, the tag wasn't green anymore. It was rusted brown. Edges flaked like it had been buried for years. He looked down at it, then back at me. "You shouldn't have taken it past the line." "What line?" He pointed behind me. "The far side of the bridge. That's where they buried us." I took a step back, but the boards groaned underfoot. The air smelled like wet iron. The sound of rushing water filled my ears. "Who are you?" I asked, though I already knew. He smiled faintly. The kind of smile you give when you're tired of being asked the same thing for too long. "Ely Morton," he said. "And you? You're not supposed to be here yet." Lightning flashed, white and brief. For that split second, I saw the truth of him. Soaked clothes torn at the chest, mud ground into his skin, a dark line running down from his temple. And then he was gone. The fog broke apart like smoke pulled by wind. My car engine coughed back to life. I stumbled inside and hit the gas, tires screeching on wet planks. The bridge shuddered under me, but I didn't stop. When I looked in the mirror, the fog had closed again behind me, like it had never opened at all. The key lay on the passenger seat, dry this time. I didn't stop again until I reached the overlook near Mount Mitchell. The air there was thin, clean, and the fog hung lower, like it couldn't climb this high. I parked facing the valley and shut off the engine, hands still gripping the wheel. I could feel the tremor in them. The key sat where it always seemed to end up, centered perfectly on the passenger seat, tag facing upward. For a long time, I just watched it. The metal caught the morning light and reflected it in a pale green shimmer. Every instinct told me to throw it into the ravine, let the river carry it wherever ghosts go. But something about it felt like unfinished business, as if the key was waiting for me to understand what door it belonged to. I got out, walked to the guardrail, and looked down. The world below was endless layers of gray and green, cloud and mountain merging into one. I tried to breathe it out, the fear, the confusion, but it stuck in my chest like splinters. That's when I noticed the plaque beside the overlook, half hidden by moss. It read, "Eine mamaro rariel mamoko 9 crvsta tufano servicio pedi scarring gapi." I touched the metal, cold. The letters almost worn away. I didn't need to see the rest. I already knew. I went back to the car, sat down, and looked at the key again. It didn't feel like coincidence anymore. My father had worked this region too, back in the late 90s. Maybe he'd known Morton. Maybe that's why the hitchhiker had known me. The initials on the tag, RP, weren't mine at all. Maybe they'd been my father's. Richard Pike. He never talked about that era much. Just that a few Rangers had gone missing. That there were internal investigations and closures. I'd been too young to understand. But he'd left behind those folded maps, his penciled routes, the exact path I was now driving. It made a kind of sense. Or I wanted it to. I spent the next 2 hours tracing the map again, following the route back toward Cold Spring Gap. The rational part of me said it was closure. Return the key to where it came from. The other part, the quiet part that had grown since the bridge, said it was the only way to end whatever had started when I picked him up. The drive south felt heavier. The forest looked older somehow, the light tinted green, the way light looks through deep water. I passed signs for the same closed sites: Craggy Gardens, Blackstock Hollow, Cold Spring Gap, each one marked with faded tape or fallen barriers. When I reached the turnout where I'd first seen him, it was exactly as before. The crooked sign leaned at the same angle, fog hanging thick. But the footprint indentations in the mud were fresh. I parked and stepped out. The silence was absolute. "Lie," I said softly. The name felt strange on my tongue, like saying it disturbed something old. Nothing answered. I walked past the sign, down the trail. The path wound between fir trees and slick rocks, opening into what must have once been a campsite. The remains of a fire ring, a few rotted posts, a collapsed picnic table. And there, half buried in mud, was a Ranger truck. Its hood was rusted through, windshield shattered. The side read U.S. National Park Service in faded lettering. The door hung open, and inside, on the seat, was a second key, identical to the one I held. For a second, I thought I was looking at a reflection. I reached in, fingers brushing damp metal. The tag on this one was etched with EM. I set mine beside it. 2 keys. 2 sets of initials. 2 names tied to the same forgotten place. When I straightened up, the air felt different. Charged. The trees stood too still. A sound broke the quiet. A single metallic click like a lock turning. The driver's door creaked, though I hadn't touched it. The glove compartment fell open, spilling old papers across the seat. I leaned in, heart thudding, and saw what looked like a logbook. The last entry was dated June 2001. It read, "Responding to 1057 at Loop Perimeter. Meeting Ranger Pike at Bridge Access." I froze. My father's name. Before I could turn the page, a voice came from behind me. "You brought it back." I spun around. He stood there. The same poncho, the same quiet stance. His face looked clearer now, more human than before, but his eyes were still washed out gray. "I had to," I said. "You left it in my car." He looked at the truck, then back at me. "Wasn't mine to keep." "What do you mean?" He stepped closer, boots silent in the mud. "Your father left the other one here. Said he'd come back for it when it was safe." I swallowed. "You knew him?" Eli nodded. "He was supposed to be my replacement. We were clearing the site after the murders. But something about this place." He trailed off, gaze drifting toward the tree line. It didn't want to stay closed. Lightning flickered somewhere far off, thunder rolling slow through the mountains. "I think he saw what I saw," Eli said. "The fog doesn't just hide things. It holds them. When they sealed this campground, they didn't just close the road. They closed time. Everything caught here just loops." I shook my head. "That's not possible." He smiled faintly. "Then why haven't you checked your watch?" I looked down. "10:04. The same as before. The same as always." "I'm not supposed to be here," I whispered. "No," he said. But neither was he. I turned back toward the car, panic rising. The world around me felt wrong. Colors slightly off, sound stretched thin. The fog thickened again, swallowing the edges of the camp. "Tell me what to do," I said. "How do I leave?" He nodded toward the keys. "One for him, one for me. You carry both. Drive to the bridge. Don't stop this time, no matter what you hear. If you look back, you'll stay." I didn't ask how he knew that. Some part of me already believed it. When I looked up again, he was gone. I grabbed the 2 keys, ran to the car, and started the engine. The clock reset to 10:05. A single minute gained. The road out twisted endlessly through mist. I kept the gas pressed, headlights cutting narrow tunnels through fog. My mind replayed every word, every step, the faint echo of footsteps I could still hear behind me. By the time I reached the bridge, night had fallen again. The same bridge, same iron truss, same sound of rushing water. I didn't slow. The fog pulsed brighter ahead, almost glowing. My chest tightened. A figure stood in the center, not a lie this time, but a silhouette broader, familiar. My father. He raised a hand. The car jerked, tires sliding on wet planks. The voice came through the static of the radio. His voice. "Keep driving, Rowan." I gripped the wheel, tears blurring the headlights. "Dad, don't stop." The figure stepped aside, fading into the fog. I pressed harder. The bridge shook, the metal screaming under me. The moment my tires hit solid ground on the other side, the fog broke. Sunlight pouring in, blinding and clean. When my vision cleared, I was parked at a scenic overlook. The air was bright. Birds called from the trees. My hands were steady again. The clock read 10:06. On the seat beside me, both keys lay side by side. The green tag gleamed new, unaged. The rusted one was gone. I drove the rest of the day, until I reached Boone, turned in at a ranger station, and handed the key to the officer on duty. He looked confused when I explained where I'd found it. "There's no record of a Cold Spring Gap station," he said. "Not anymore." But he took the key anyway, promised to look into it. As I walked out, I glanced back once. Through the glass, I saw the reflection of two figures, one mine and another behind me, faint like fog trapped in sunlight. When I blinked, it was gone. That night, I stayed at a motel off Highway 21. The TV flickered softly, a comfort I hadn't realized I'd missed. Before bed, I opened my duffel to grab a change of clothes. Something small fell out and clinked against the floor. A key. Just one this time. The tag blank. "My name is Ivy Marin, and I've spent most of my adult life camping alone." That sentence tends to alarm people, especially the kind who assume a woman alone in the woods is asking for trouble. Maybe they're right. But back then, I told myself that I wasn't the reckless type. I was cautious, practical, grounded. I knew how to read a map, keep food sealed, leave no trace. I told myself that the wilderness was neutral. It didn't love or hate, it just was. In late September of 2021, I set out to hike a stretch of the Pisgah Forest near Brevard, North Carolina. I wanted a quiet spot to finish my photography portfolio, a set of dawn light shots over open grassland. Most of the forest is dense hardwood, but I'd heard of a meadow halfway up an unmarked service road that opened into a long, flat basin. Locals called it the Silent Field. The name should have given me pause. That morning I stopped by a ranger station in Mills River to check for any burned bands or closures. The ranger on duty, an older man named Dale, looked up when I mentioned my destination. He frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Silent Field." "Yeah," I said, smiling to cover my nerves. "You know it," he shrugged. "Heard of it. Was a pasture once, back in the 40s. Cattle got sick. Place never really came back. Folks say the soil's off. No crickets, no birds. That's why it's quiet." He didn't tell me not to go, but he didn't wish me a good trip either. By the time I reached the forest road, the light had dropped into that honeyed, late afternoon shade where the trees look like they're melting into themselves. I parked my Subaru near a ditch, shouldered my pack, and followed an overgrown ATV trail for 2 miles. The air was thick and still, muffled like someone had put a hand over the forest's mouth. When I broke through the last line of trees, the field opened in front of me, wide, flat, and unnervingly bare. No wind moved the grass. The air didn't hum with the usual life of dusk. I'd never realized how much background sound fills a forest until it vanished all at once. Still, the place had a kind of eerie beauty. The grass glowed pale gold, unbroken, except for a few scattered mounds that could have been stones or roots. I chose a spot near the middle, unrolled my tent, and went about camp set up by roadie tent, stakes, rainfly, bear bag rope. My hands moved from habit, but my mind snagged on the silence. I couldn't hear my own footsteps in the grass. The sound seemed to disappear an inch from my ears. I set up my camera tripod as the light began to fade, framing the horizon for a long exposure. A single contrail split the sky. For a while, I lost myself in the rhythm of my work. Check the lens, adjust aperture, reframe. By the time I zipped myself into the tent, it was full dark. Inside, the quiet pressed harder. I listened for the usual forest punctuation, wind, twigs, insects, but heard only my own breathing. I could even hear my pulse in the side of my head. I pulled my sleeping bag over my shoulders and told myself this was good. Peaceful. A perfect night for rest. Sometime near midnight, I woke to a faint vibration under my sleeping pad. Not sound exactly. More like the feeling of a heavy truck passing on a distant road. Except there were no roads nearby. I lifted my head and held my breath. The vibration deepened. A slow, rhythmic thrum that traveled through the soil. Then, beneath me, a voice whispered. It was low, muffled by earth, but I caught the shape of words. Numbers. 5, 4, 3. I froze. The counting stopped. My first thought wasn't supernatural. It was someone's down there. Maybe an illegal grow, or a storm drain, or an old bunker. My brain tried to make a map of what could logically produce that voice. I pressed my palm to the tent floor. Nothing. The ground was still again. I unzipped the tent, every motion sounding too loud in that dead air. Outside, the grass swayed faintly. The first movement I'd seen since arriving. I clicked on my headlamp. The beam hit the field, white and narrow, and the silence broke for just a second. A metallic ping. It came from maybe 50 feet ahead, near one of those low mounds I'd noticed earlier. I stood, heart pounding, and took a few slow steps toward it. The smell hit me before the sight, a raw, metallic odor like wet iron. Blood, or something close. At the base of the mound was a patch of dirt that looked freshly disturbed. The grass had been cleared in a circle maybe 2 feet wide. A piece of rusted rebar jutted from the soil like a handle. I told myself this was an old fence post, that the smell was from a dead animal, that the voice was some trick of wind or water. My mind stacked excuses like sandbags against panic. I turned off my light, crawled back into the tent, and waited for the dawn. When I woke again, the field looked ordinary. Birds called from the tree line, cautious and thin. I told myself the night had just gotten into my head. I boiled water for instant coffee, packed my gear, and decided to take a few daylight shots before heading back to the car. The first thing I noticed in the morning light was that the soil near that mound had sunk. Only slightly, but enough to leave a depression, like something had collapsed underground. The rebar leaned now, crooked. A faint stain spread from its base. I crouched, raised my camera, and zoomed in for a detail shot. Through the lens, I saw something I hadn't with my eyes. parallel scratches around the mound's edge, thin and curved, as if something had clawed upward from underneath. My stomach turned. I lowered the camera and scanned the ground. A few feet away, the soil looked patchy, darker in spots, the way it does when blood soaks in and dries. I stopped thinking like a camper and started thinking like someone who might become a suspect. My mind went cold and procedural. Okay, don't touch anything. Take coordinates, report it. I checked my phone. No service, as expected. I scribbled the GPS reading from my GPS watch into my notebook, then marked the mound with a bright orange bandana tied to a stick. I packed up, left the field by the same trail, and didn't stop walking until I reached my car. The ranger station was about 40 minutes away. When I arrived, Dale was still on shift. He looked up as I came in, probably expecting some tourist question. His expression changed when he saw my face. What happened? I found something, I said. My voice sounded distant. I think someone's buried out there. He stood, grabbing a radio. Show me. We drove back in his truck, bouncing down the service road. The field looked even emptier under full sun. We walked out to the orange bandana, and I pointed. The mound looked different again. Flatter, as if the soil had resettled. Dale crouched, pressed a finger to the dirt. Then sure this is where? Yes. It looked fresh last night. There was a smell. Could have been an animal grave, he said quietly. But his eyes were wary. He radioed for backup, and within an hour, 2 sheriff's vehicles pulled up. A forensic tech took photos, flagged the site, and began a shallow dig. After a few minutes, the shovel hit something that wasn't soil. A dull, hollow thunk. The deputy leaned down, brushing dirt aside with gloved hands. Then he froze. Jesus, he muttered. They uncovered a wooden box, small but old, the kind used for munitions. The hinges were rusted through. Inside, wrapped in a mold-darkened tarp, was what looked like the corner of a jacket sleeve. Human. They stopped the dig right there and called the state investigators. Dale pulled me aside. You did the right thing reporting it, he said. But I need you to stay available for questions. This isn't the first time someone's found something out here. I asked him what he meant. He hesitated. Old farmland. Back in the 50s, there were missing people, drifters mostly. Sheriff back then thought it was a transient camp. They never found the bodies. Just patches like this. I looked back at the field, its quiet surface gleaming under the sun. From here it looked harmless, just another stretch of overgrown pasture. But I couldn't shake the memory of that voice beneath me, counting down. I told myself again it wasn't real. Maybe the sound had been my pulse, or an echo or vibration from the rebar. Still, as I stood there beside the lawman and the open soil, the air changed. A faint breeze slipping across the field for the first time. It carried that same coppery scent, sharp and unmistakable. Blood stirred from where it had slept. I didn't say a word. That night, back in a motel outside Brevard, I showered twice and couldn't get the smell out of my nose. I turned on the TV just for noise. The news didn't mention anything, not yet. I checked my camera card, thinking maybe I'd delete the photos. But curiosity got the better of me. I opened the last shot I'd taken, the close-up of the mound. In the frame, under the curve of soil, there was a shadow I hadn't seen before. Not just a dark patch, a distinct oval, too defined to be a trick of light. When I zoomed in, I realized it was the outline of a face. The dirt still covered it, but faintly, unmistakably. The features showed through eyes closed, mouth slightly open, as if mid-breath. And around the lips, faint marks where the soil had shifted, lines curving outward like the start of letters. It wasn't my imagination. The shape spelled something. A number. 1. The next morning, I woke to the vibration of my phone on the motel nightstand. It was barely 6. The caller ID said, "Private. This is Ivy. M is Marin," a man said, his voice even official. "Detective Aaron Klein. Transylvania County. Sheriff's Office. We're processing the site you reported yesterday. I'd like you to come by the station this morning, if you're able." His tone made it sound optional, but it wasn't. I showered, dressed, and drove through mist so thick it looked steam rising off the forest. At the station, a receptionist directed me to a small interview room. Gray walls, fluorescent light. Detective Klein came in a few minutes later, holding a file and a foam cup of coffee. He was mid-40s, clean-shaven, with the kind of posture that made you think he'd once been military. His face didn't give away much, but his eyes kept studying mine, as if comparing them to something he already knew. "Appreciate you coming in," he said, sitting opposite. "You spent one night out at that location." "Yes. I set up camp late afternoon, packed up after sunrise." "You hear or see anyone else nearby?" "No." He nodded slowly, then flipped open the file. Inside were printed photographs. My orange bandana marker, the rusted rebar, the box half dug from the dirt. In another photo, I noticed something I hadn't seen in person. Faint circular impressions in the soil around the mound, like heel marks. He noticed me staring. "You recognize those?" I shook my head. "Could they be mine? Maybe. But they're deeper than the others, and the tread's different." He slid another photo across the table. A close-up of the wooden box's contents. The sleeve I'd glimpsed yesterday. It was denim frayed, with what looked like dried mud or dark residue across it. Klein spoke softly. The body was male, estimated mid-20s, based on decomposition. Been in the ground at least 30 years. I let that sink in. 30 years. He nodded. "Maybe more. We won't know until the lab's done. You did right calling it in. It's a cold case now, possibly tied to missing persons reports from the 80s. He leaned back. "You said you heard something before you found the site. Can you tell me again?" I hesitated. It sounded like a voice, under the ground, counting backward. Klein didn't flinch, but his pen paused. "You're sure it was a voice?" "Yes." I felt foolish saying it out loud. I thought it might be water or an echo, but it sounded deliberate. He scribbled something in his notes. "Anyone know you were camping there?" "Just the ranger." "Right. Ranger Hadley. He's been helping us." Klein closed the file. "We'll probably ask for a formal statement later this week. Don't leave the county yet." He said it kindly, but again, it wasn't optional. Outside the station, the mist had burned off. The town looked almost too normal. Diners opening, kids waiting for buses. I walked to a cafe across the street and sat by the window, staring at my coffee until it went cold. That's when I noticed a man sitting 2 booths over, reading a paper but not turning the page. His uniform was Ranger Green. Dale. He caught my eye, folded the paper, and came over. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah. Just processing." He slid into the seat across from me. "They said the body was old. 30 years, maybe more." He nodded. rubbing his jaw. That field's seen trouble before. Back when I first joined, there were still stories. Locals said a farmhand disappeared out there in '89. Another in '91. Sheriff back then wrote it off as runaways. Why? Because digging into it meant paperwork. He sighed. You said you heard counting. I nodded. You believe that? Believe you heard something, he said. Ground's weird out there. Limestone pockets, sinkholes. Sound travels. It was the most practical explanation yet, and I wanted to accept it. Still, the way he said it, carefully, without meeting my eyes, left me unsure if he believed his own words. That afternoon, I went back to the motel and tried to rest, but my brain wouldn't let me. I opened my laptop, searching for old missing person cases in the Pisgah area. Most were hikers gone off trail, accidents, or assumed drownings. But one report caught my eye. Ethan Calloway, 24, last seen September 1991. Former volunteer firefighter. Vanished near a place locals described as the quiet meadow east of Mills River. The description matched Silent Field. The archived article mentioned a search that turned up nothing. No gear, no prints, no remains. Just odd depressions in the soil. I sat back, pulse quickening. If the body was his, what had he been doing out there? At dusk, there was a knock on my door. I half expected it to be Klein again, but it was Dale. He looked unsettled. They're pulling more from the ground, he said quietly. Not just one. He drove me back out, against protocol. But I think he didn't want to be alone. The sheriff's vehicles were gone, replaced by floodlights and yellow tape. 2 forensic tents had been set up. The field, under artificial light, looked even flatter. The grass colorless, the soil raw where it had been turned. A deputy stopped us. Dale flashed his badge. I'm escorting her. Civilian who made the discovery. The deputy hesitated, then stepped aside. Near the center of the field, 3 rectangular excavations gaped open. In each, fragments of wood and cloth poked from the dirt. A young crime scene tech muttered to another. All the same box type. Like they were packed. Packed. The word hit harder than it should have. Detective Klein was there. Face-lit ghost blew by his phone screen. He saw me, pocketed it, and walked over. This isn't a safe site right now. Meds? Marin. I won't touch anything, I said. He looked at Dale, then exhaled. But stay back. He pointed to the furthest dig. 2 more boxes. Same construction, but one was empty. Empty, Dale repeated. Wood rotted clean through. Could have collapsed long ago. I crouched just outside the tape, staring at the exposed ground. The silence was back, heavier than before. Even with the generators humming, it felt like the air itself was listening. Any idea who they were? I asked. Too early, Klein said, but the boxes had markings, numbers etched in the corners. 4, then 2, like a sequence. A cold line ran down my spine. Counting. Klein's gaze sharpened. What, the numbers? 4 and 2. The voice I heard counted down from 5. He studied me for a moment, as if weighing how far to entertain that. Could be coincidence, he said finally. Maybe. But that night, lying in the dark back at the motel, I kept hearing that muffled cadence in my memory. 5, 4, 3. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave town. I wasn't built for mystery or attention. I just wanted to go home, file the report, and put it behind me. I packed my car, checked out, and was just merging onto the highway when flashing lights filled my rear view. Sheriff's cruiser. Klein stepped out as I pulled over. He didn't look angry, just tired. "Ms. Marin, we need one more thing before you go." He handed me an evidence envelope. Inside was a printed still. A photo taken from my camera's memory card. Not the one I'd shown him, but another frame, one I hadn't taken. It was a wide shot of my tent in the field at night. The timestamp read 11:47 p.m., the same time I'd woken to the vibration under me. "Where did this come from?" I asked. "We were hoping you could tell us." I stared at it, my scalp tightening. The perspective wasn't from the ground. It was elevated, angled slightly downward, like from a tree or tripod several yards away. But I hadn't seen any tripod, and the reflection in the tent's nylon wall showed a faint outline. A human figure standing just behind me, blurred by motion. Klein's voice was low. "We found your camera near your pack, but this shot wasn't in your sequence. The shutter must have triggered sometime in the night." He let that hang in the air. "If you remember anything else, anything, call me." After he left, I sat in the car, gripping the steering wheel, unable to start the engine. Someone had been there. That was the only explanation. Someone had been close enough to take that picture, and close enough for me to hear their voice through the earth. That afternoon, I drove to Asheville, checked into another motel, and tried to convince myself it was over. But that night, when I plugged in my phone to charge, the screen flickered once, then displayed a notification "New photo saved." I hadn't taken any. When I opened the gallery, my stomach dropped. It was the same image. My tent in the meadow. But this time, the figure in the reflection wasn't blurred. It was clear, facing the camera, mouth open mid-word. I couldn't hear it, but I knew what it was saying. I didn't sleep that night. The photo stayed on my screen, taunting me with proof that someone had been watching. I kept zooming in until the pixels blurred into nothing. But the outline didn't vanish. The shape of a man, pale face half, lit, mouth forming that single syllable. "One." I deleted it, then checked again. Gone. Yet the sense of being observed remained. I left the motel at dawn, needing air that didn't smell recycled through fear. By mid-morning, I found myself back near Mills River, parked beside a gas station diner. Through the window, a TV played muted local news. The anchor's expression was grave. The subtitle read, "Human remains identified in Pisgah National Forest. Investigation ongoing." I went inside, sound flooding back in. Chatter, coffee cups, forks. The world was normal again, which only made the weight in my chest worse. The anchor's voice drifted through the noise. Authorities confirmed the remains belonged to 3 males, missing between 1988 and 1991. Evidence suggests homicide. Officials have not released further details. Then, investigators say the location, known locally as Silent Field, was once part of an unlicensed rehabilitation facility for juvenile offenders, operated by a private contractor under state oversight. I froze mid-step. A waitress glanced up. "You okay, Han?" I nodded, dropped a few bills on the counter, and walked out before she could ask more. Outside, my phone buzzed. Detective Klein. "Mems." "Marin," he said, his voice clipped but less guarded than before. "You heard the report?" "Yes." "What was that place?" "It was called Ridgeway Youth Rehabilitation. Shut down in '92 after a state audit. Some staff disappeared before they could be questioned. Disappeared. Left the state. Or worse, it's murky." He sighed. "We've tied one of the victims to that program. A kid named Calloway. The others were still confirming." My throat tightened. So it was a burial ground. Looks that way. Someone wanted those boys hidden, not found. He paused. Your photo. The one with the tent. Our tech found partial prints on your camera. Not yours. Who then? We're still running them. But the pattern matches latent prints lifted off one of the boxes. Same ridge pattern, same partial. Whoever put them there might have been back. Back, as in at the field while I was there. That word hollowed me out. Why? After all this time. Klein didn't answer right away. Maybe he never left. The line crackled, then went dead. I sat in my car, watching the highway curve into forest. The name Ridgeway rang in my head like an echo. I pulled up my laptop, used my phone's hotspot, and searched. Most links led to archived news scans, old fonts, yellowed photos. One headline read, State closes Ridgeway after abuse allegations. The article was short. 3 teenage residents missing. Last seen on a field crew, clearing an abandoned pasture east of the facility. Investigators found unexplained soil disturbances. No charges filed. Scrolling further, I found an image of the facility's director, Marion Pike. The name sparked something faintly familiar. I dug deeper, and there it was. A scanned column from a local paper, 2005 obituary. Former director of Ridgeway Rehabilitation Center found dead in remote cabin fire. Beneath it, a grainy photo of the burned foundation. The caption read, Investigators recovered personal effects, including a camera tripod and charred film reels. Tripod. The connection hit me like cold water. Someone, Pike, or whoever worked with him, had filmed those boys, documented them. And maybe, when I camped there, someone else had done the same to me. I didn't go to the police that night. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed locked in my motel room, curtains drawn, listening for footsteps that never came. Around midnight, the silence deepened again, the same suffocating hush from that meadow. No hum, no cars, no distant voices, just the low creak of the air vent, and beneath it, the faintest vibration. It wasn't under the floor this time. It was from my phone. The screen lit up, a video file. No sender, just a title, FILDO1, MP4. My stomach turned. I almost dropped the phone, but curiosity had its claws in me now. I opened it. The footage was shaky handheld. A meadow in low light. Mine, my tent in the distance. The person filming didn't speak, just walked closer, grass whispering against the mic. The lens tilted down, showing a fresh mound of dirt, the same one I'd camped on. The camera panned up to my tent. Inside, my silhouette shifted as I turned in my sleep. Then the view angled down again to the ground. The frame went dark. Muffled from behind the mic came a man's whisper. 5. The file ended there. I didn't scream. I just sat very still, my pulse roaring in my ears. Whoever had sent that video wanted me to know. They were close enough to film me, and they were still counting. I packed within 10 minutes. No plan, just instinct. By the time I reached my car, dawn was bleeding into the horizon. I headed west, toward Asheville, then farther. I didn't tell Klein. I didn't tell anyone. For 2 days, I drove aimlessly through mountain backroads, staying in chain motels, sleeping little. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the whispers start again. 5, 4, 3. On the third day, my phone rang again. A different number. I answered before thinking. "This is Detective Klein," the voice said, but softer, like he was speaking from a distance. "We found something in one of the boxes. Thought you should know." "What is it?" "An old Polaroid. Undeveloped when we pulled it. We processed it at the lab. He hesitated. It shows the field. Freshly dug. And someone standing where your tent was, wearing the same jacket you had. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. How's that possible? Don't know. Photos dated 1991. He exhaled audibly. We're looking into the Ridgeway staff records now. Pike's dead, but one of his assistants, a man named Dean Morrow, dropped off the map in '93. There's a rumor he took tapes with him. Surveillance. Punishments. He'd have known where the burials were. The phone crackled, the connection faltering. Then I heard something else, faint but clear, in the background of the call. 3. Detective, I said sharply. Static swallowed the rest. The call ended. I pulled into the nearest rest area, hands shaking. The world outside felt drained of color. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror. Same face, same eyes. But the silence around me felt alive. Waiting. I turned the ignition and started driving back east. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted closure, or maybe I was just too deep in it to stop. I reached the forest by dusk. The road to the meadow was cordoned off, but the tape had been torn. Someone had already gone through. The field was bare again. The excavation pits filled, soil leveled. No trucks, no lights. Just emptiness, that endless hush. I walked to the center, where I'd once camped. My boots sank slightly as if the ground still remembered. I crouched, pressing my hand to the dirt. Cold, damp, still faintly metallic. The air shifted. A smell rose, blood, old and thin. Behind me, a twig snapped. I spun around, flashlight trembling. Nothing. Just grass, waist high and silvered in the moonlight. Then another sound, faint scuffing, like footsteps dragging through wet soil. I backed away, heart slamming. The beam caught movement, a shape near the far edge, crouched low. I froze. Hello. The figure didn't answer. It straightened slowly, thin, wrong somehow in proportion. Too still for a living person. My light flickered, and in that strobing half-glow I saw its face. Not a ghost. A man. Gaunt, dirt-streaked, eyes pale like fogged glass. He lifted something from the ground. A camera, old-fashioned, scratched metal. He raised it toward me. 5, he whispered. The flash burst white. When my vision cleared, he was gone. The camera lay in the grass. I approached it cautiously, every instinct screaming to run. The device was ancient, a camcorder, tape still inside. A strip of masking tape on the side read Morrow, Philo 1. I picked it up. The air seemed to sigh. The silence eased, just slightly, like a long-held breath released. When I turned back toward the trees, I saw headlights bouncing down the road. Klein's truck. He braked hard, leaped out, hand on his holster. Jesus Marin, what are you doing out here? I found something. I held up the camera. His eyes widened. Where? Right here. Someone left it. He took it, turning it in his hands. You didn't touch the tape. No. He nodded. Tension tight in his jaw. We'll log it. Maybe it'll give us Morrow. He led me back to the truck. As we drove out, the field shrank in the rearview mirror, pale and empty. But just before the trees swallowed it, I saw a movement. A ripple through the grass, like something sinking beneath it. Back in town, Klein had the evidence team extract the tape. I stayed in the corner of the lab as they played it. The screen filled with static, then an image the same field, decades younger. Boys digging under supervision. A man's voice directing them off camera. Deeper. One of the boys looked at the camera. His lips moved. 1. The screen went black. Klein exhaled, rubbing his eyes. That's our proof. Morrow ran them like labor. Buried them when they broke. He looked at me. You shouldn't have come back here. But maybe you were meant to find this. I didn't answer. The footage looped, grainy faces fading in and out. I realized then what the countdown had been. Not a warning, but a ritual. The boys were made to dig their own graves, counting down until the last man, the one who said one, was buried next. Outside, dawn broke over the mountains, gray light cutting through mist. I left town that morning, drove until the silence behind me finally thinned. But some nights, when everything's still, I swear I feel the ground hum beneath my bed. A pulse deep and patient, waiting for the count to start again. My name is Luke Halter, and I've spent the better part of the last decade documenting backcountry structures for the state archives, old ranger cabins, civilian conservation corps remnants, mining shacks swallowed by moss and time. I'm not law enforcement, not a park employee. Just a contracted mapper with a camera, a satellite beacon, and a preference for the quiet. I'd worked my way across a dozen parks, but the stretch of forest west of Fontana Lake, where North Carolina curls into the Great Smokies, has always felt different. Not haunted, exactly, just wrong in its own quiet arithmetic. The job was straightforward. Catalog the cabins listed on the 1998 structural inventory. 11 active, 12 if you counted a foundation slab near the state line. The park liaison, a woman named Brewer, handed me a folded map with grease thumbprints along its edges. Stay clear after marker 12, she said as we loaded my pack into the transport truck. There's nothing out there but slope and rhododendron. Her tone wasn't wary, just factual, like she'd said it before. 2 hours later, I was alone on the trail, crunching through late autumn leaves, GPS pinging in rhythmic chirps. The air smelled of iron and wet bark, and every now and then a bird call cracked the stillness like static. The cabins themselves were predictable, square, single room, each marked with faded brass plates numbered 1 through 11. Inside, the same setup bunk, wood stove, registry book with entries thinning out by the late 90s. Most had gone unused for years, except for the occasional hiker or wildlife researcher. By late afternoon, I reached marker 12, the official end of my assignment. The map bled into blank beige beyond it, but a narrow footpath continued north, unblazed, half swallowed by laurel thickets. My instinct said turn back, file the report, go home. But another part, the part that got me this job in the first place, wanted to know why the trail didn't stop where it was supposed to. Curiosity's not heroic. It's just a habit that gets people hurt. Still, I followed. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Even my steps seemed to land softer. Then, about 50 yards in, a tree stood out. A black birch with something scratched deep into its bark. The number 13. 2 uneven lines gouged with a blade or maybe a chisel. It looked old but fresh enough to glint where sap had dried like resin tears. I took a photo, tagging coordinates out of habit. Though my GPS stuttered, its icon spinning before freezing entirely, I expected nothing beyond the birch. Maybe an old campsite. Instead, through the gray haze of trunks, I saw corners, straight edges that didn't belong to the forest. A cabin. Smaller than the others, darker wood, roof sagging inward. No plate, no trail sign, just a crude step and a door hanging slightly ajar. When I entered, the air hit me with that sweet, sour odor of mildew and dust. The interior was cleaner than it should have been. floor swept, stove polished, no cobwebs. The single bed sat in the center under a square hole cut into the ceiling, framed like a vent, and mounted on every wall. Trail cameras, a dozen or more, aimed inward toward the bed, each with small green lights blinking. I froze there longer than I'd admit. The cameras weren't old models either. Some were new, Reckonix or Browning, commercial, grade, the kind hunters use. Each had an SD card slot, each zip tied neatly to nails in the wall. Someone had set this up deliberately and recently. I told myself maybe it was for wildlife research, human, scent testing, overnight monitoring, who knows. But the arrangement felt wrong. The bed had clean sheets. The pillow was indented. I unhooked one of the cameras and scrolled through its internal screen. No password. The thumbnails loaded in a grid. Dozens of photos, all low, light captures. And every single one showed the same thing: a person lying in that bed, asleep, shot from directly above. The angle matched the square vent in the ceiling. The person's face half hidden by shadow, but definitely human. At first, I thought it might be staged, a test image, but each frame had time stamps, different nights, months apart, stretching back years. The person changed, different builds, hair lengths, sleeping positions, but always alone, always in that same bed. Then I noticed something else. A few of the most recent shots had my own date. The same morning I'd started this trip. I felt the floor tilt under me, like gravity had been miscalculated. My mind tried to rationalize it. Wrong date setting, memory card reuse, glitch. But the logic didn't stick. I shut the screen off, stuffed the camera into my pack, and backed out the door, careful not to disturb anything else. Outside. Dusk had thickened fast. I walked quick, trying to retrace the path back toward marker 12, but everything looked wrong. Trees leaned in directions I didn't remember. The undergrowth felt rearranged. I switched on my GPS again, dead. Compass needle spinning. I must have walked in circles for 20 minutes before I finally found the scratched birch again. Relief hit sharp as cold water. I stopped to mark the direction and turned once more toward the main trail, only to see a light flicker from behind the cabin. Pale yellow, steady as a lantern. I almost called out. Then I heard it, a soft mechanical click, the sound of a camera shutter. Not digital, but physical. The old kind. I didn't investigate. I ran. The woods blurred around me, branches clawing my jacket, my breath ragged. When I finally stumbled onto the main trail near marker 10, my knees buckled. I sat there, forcing myself to slow down. My phone buzzed. No signal, but it flickered once, displaying the time. 8:47 p.m. The park issued emergency bans for contractors. Mine had a manual beacon trigger. I debated pressing it. Instead, I walked the remaining mile to my vehicle, drove the gravel road back to base, and signed out without mentioning anything to the ranger on night shift. I told myself I'd go back in the morning, with witnesses, with daylight, with reason. That night in the bunkhouse, I loaded the SD card from the camera onto my laptop. There were 324 photos total. The first 310 matched what I'd seen, unknown sleepers. But the last 14 were different. They showed me, standing in the cabin doorway, looking up. The final image was taken from directly above the bed. My head tilted back, eyes open, staring straight at the lens. I shut the laptop. I didn't sleep. By dawn, I'd packed my gear and waited at the ranger station. Brewer arrived around 7, surprised to see me so early. "Find everything okay?" she asked. I told her I'd gone past marker 12. I mentioned the Scratch 13, the cabin, the cameras. Her expression didn't change much, just a slight tightening at the corners. "There's no structure out there anymore," she said. "Collapsed years back. We removed the trail access in due 9. I slid the SD card across the counter. Then maybe explain these." She looked at it, then at me. "You should probably hand that to law enforcement instead of me," she said quietly. "We don't catalog things past 12 anymore." When I stepped outside, the morning fog still clung to the tree line. The map in my hand looked ordinary, only 11 marked sites. Marker 12 circled faintly in pencil. No sign of the birch, no path extension. But when I opened my truck door, something fell from the seat onto the gravel. A small black camera, identical to the ones in the cabin, still blinking green. The lens faced upward. By the time I reached Bryson City, the fog had burned off and the ranger station sat under a clean sheet of sky. I parked outside the sheriff's substation instead. My hands were shaking more than I liked to admit, so I made myself go through the motions: remove key, check mirrors, take a breath. There's a point where fear gets mechanical. You don't feel it anymore, you just act like someone who does. The deputy on desk duty, small, sharp, featured woman with a Smoky Mountains badge, listened while I told her about the cabin, the scratched marker, the trail cameras. She didn't interrupt. When I finished, she scribbled something on a yellow form and asked me to hand over the SD card. "What makes you think it's inside park boundary?" she asked. "The tree markers match park coordinates, and the ranger confirmed the trail used to connect there." She looked at me a long second. "Ranger Brewer?" I nodded. "She's been on leave since May," the deputy said. "Health reasons." That stopped me cold. I gave her the card anyway. She stepped into a back office. Through the frosted glass, I could see her talking to a tall man in plain clothes. He joined me a minute later. Detective Rowe, according to his tag. Salt and pepper hair, posture of someone who hadn't slept well in years. "Mr. Halter," he said, shaking my hand. "You say this cabin isn't on the map?" "That's right." "And you found surveillance equipment inside?" "Dozens of cameras, facing inward." He glanced at the evidence bag, where the deputy had sealed the SD card. "You view these images yourself?" I did. "Did you recognize anyone?" "No. But the last ones..." I hesitated. "The last ones were of me. Taken last night." He didn't flinch, just wrote it down and said, "We'll analyze the footage at our office in Silva. Mind if we keep your laptop too?" I agreed. They had me sign a release. When I left the station, I half expected the world to look altered, but everything went on as normal, gas pumps humming, kids on bikes, the river rolling past in its brown silence. I checked into a small roadside motel that night, room facing the woods. Tried not to think about the camera that had fallen onto my truck seat. I dropped it off with them as well, though part of me had wanted to keep it. Proof I hadn't imagined it. Sleep didn't come easy. Every noise felt amplified. Pipes groaned like breathing through walls. Around 2 a.m. Headlights swept past my curtains. A shadow paused just long enough to make me think it had looked in. By the time I pulled the drape aside, the road was empty again. At 8 the next morning, my phone rang. It was Rowe. "Mind coming down to Silva," he said. "We've reviewed the footage. You'll want to see this for yourself." His tone was neutral, but something in it told me "want" wasn't quite the right word. The station was small, a brick building tucked beside a diner. In the evidence room, a monitor displayed a grid of thumbnails. He played them in sequence. The first 100 were what I'd already seen. Unknown sleepers, low light captures from the ceiling camera. Then the timeline jumped. The next frames showed the cabin empty for several months, dust thick on the bed. After that, it resumed. New subjects, same angle. Recognize any of these people? No. Who are they? He didn't answer. Just zoomed in on the timestamp. Each sequence ended with a date that corresponded to a missing person report from the park archives. Campers. Solo hikers. One park employee from 2016. Then came the recent shots, me entering the cabin. Watching myself move through. The door from a perspective I never saw, the ceiling camera, was worse than any nightmare. My body language looked uncertain, like I already knew something waited. But there was another detail that hadn't been visible before. In the corner of several frames, barely a sliver of movement, a figure stood near the wall, obscured by shadow. Ro froze the image. You see that? It was tall, thin, face indistinct. Could have been a coat hanging if coats breathed. I forced myself to nod. He said, "What compared that figures build to past images? Same proportions appear in almost every set. Always in the same position. You think it's the photographer. Why think whoever set this up likes watching more than once?" He muted the monitor. "We're sending a team back out today to verify the site. You willing to guide them?" Every cell in my body said no. But the rational part, the one that still believed in data, in closure, made me agree. We left at noon. 2 rangers, Ro and me. The drive back along the service road felt longer than before. They checked in via radio every 15 minutes. When we reached marker 12, we parked the vehicles and continued on foot. The path was still there, faint but traceable. The air had that same stillness, like even the insects were holding their breath. When we reached the birch tree, I pointed at the scars in the bark. "That's the marker." Ro leaned in. His jaw tightened. "There's no 13 here?" I looked again. The gouges were gone. Smooth bark, unbroken. I ran my hand along the trunk. Nothing but old moss. "Maybe wrong tree," one ranger said. "No," I said. "I remember the slope. That ridge." We followed the line of sight where the cabin should have been. Only undergrowth, leaves, and a shallow depression where the ground had once been disturbed. No structure. No trace of foundation. Ro crouched, brushed aside leaves. His glove came up with a single rusted nail, bent at the tip. "That's all?" I asked. "That's all," he said. They marked the coordinates, took soil samples, and called it. I stood there while they packed up, staring into the emptiness where a building should have existed. Ro came over before we left. "You sure this isn't an old site you misidentified? Woods can play tricks." "I know what I saw," I said. He studied me. "I don't think you're lying. But I think someone wanted you to find what you found." That line followed me all the way back down the trail. By sunset, we'd returned to the vehicles. The team dispersed, filing their notes, casual, almost relieved. I sat in my truck until dark, listening to the cicadas rise. When I finally started the engine, the dashboard clock blinked 8:47 p.m. Same time as the night I'd first run from the cabin. I drove to the motel. The room felt smaller now. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked hollowed out, as though light had stopped trying. I showered, left the television on for sound, and fell asleep sitting upright in the chair. Sometime around midnight, a click woke me. That soft, mechanical sound again. Camera shutter. The TV was still on. The sound hadn't come from there. It had come from above. I looked up. A dark circle in the ceiling, maybe an old vent, maybe something else. I dragged the chair under it and climbed. It was a hole, small but clean, like someone had cut out the panel recently. When I shone my phone flashlight inside, the beam caught on glass. A lens. I dropped back down. Heart hammering so hard I felt it in my teeth. I yanked the power cord from the TV and pressed my ear to the wall. For a second, silence. Then faint scraping overhead, like something shifting weight. I ran out into the parking lot barefoot, clutching my phone, staring up at the roofline. Nothing. Just dark shingles and the sigh of the wind. I didn't go back in. Slept in my truck with the engine running and the dome light on. At dawn, I drove toward the next county, past the river bend where fog rolled like breath. I told myself I'd leave it all there. Let the detectives finish their work. Half an hour later, I stopped for gas. When I opened the driver door, I noticed something hanging from the rearview mirror. A brass tag stamped with the number 13. The metal was warm to the touch. I stood there with the brass tag between my fingers, the number 13 catching the morning light. Like a wink I didn't want to understand. A truck pulled up to the next pump. I pocketed the tag before the driver saw and forced myself to finish fueling. Every normal sound, the click of the nozzle, the chatter of a radio somewhere, felt staged, too clean. Inside the gas station, the clerk was a kid with acne scars and earbuds. "You okay, man?" he asked when he saw me staring at the coffee urn like it might blink. "Yeah, just tired," I said. He nodded, uninterested, and turned back to his phone. I left with a cup of burnt coffee and sat in the truck with the door open, staring out at the empty road. The brass tag glinted on the dash. I should have turned it in. Should have called Roe, told him the case had followed me. But something in me resisted. Maybe I didn't want him to tell me it was just a prank, that someone had found out where I stayed, hung it as a joke. Because if that was true, it meant someone had been close enough to reach inside my car. I drove until the mountains thinned into farmland, parked under a bridge by a slow creek, and finally took the tag out again. It had weight, not heavy, but deliberate. On the back, faint etching barely visible under Grime Cabin Tory, 1972. That didn't make sense. The current cabins were built in the early 80s, after the park expansion. Anything from the 70s should have been demolished decades ago. I used my phone's hotspot to dig through the digital archives. Nothing listed as Cabin 13. Nothing close. But there was one scanned ledger from the old District Ranger's notes. Page 19 mentioned temporary research shelters established north of Marker 12, not for public entry. The line was crossed out in red pen. The cell signal flickered, then dropped. Static blood through my speaker, the faint mechanical click again. I killed the connection and tossed the phone onto the seat. I told myself I was imagining the rhythm, hearing what I feared. But I couldn't shake the feeling that every time I tried to pull away from the place, it found a new way to reach me. By noon, I'd convinced myself to drive back. Not because I wanted to, but because the idea of someone else owning the truth felt worse. The ranger station was quieter that day. Roe's vehicle wasn't out front. The deputy at the desk, same one from before, looked up when I walked in. "Your halter, right?" Detective Rowe left a message for you. She handed me a slip of paper. Call me before you go anywhere. Found something in the metadata. I used the office phone. Rowe picked up on the first ring. You've got good timing, he said. The images on that card, most were normal, time-stamped like we saw, but the final batch had a second layer embedded. Hidden data. What kind of data? GPS coordinates. They lead to a point 3 miles east of where the cabin should have been. There's no trail there, just forest. We're heading out this afternoon. Let me come. He hesitated. I don't think that's wise, Luke. I found it first. I need to see where it ends. He exhaled. Meet us at the Fire Road gate in an hour. Bring that tag if you still have it. I looked at the brass marker lying beside my keys. Yeah, I said. I've got it. The convoy consisted of Rowe, 2 rangers, and a forensic tech. We parked where the gravel faded into ruts. The forest swallowed the light early, the canopy thick enough to dim the day. The air smelled of old rain and iron soil. Rowe handed me a GPS unit sync to the embedded coordinates. It's about a half-mile east, he said. We walked in silence, branches slapping against our sleeves. The further we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no wind, just the crunch of boots. Then the GPS beeped. We're here, the tech said. The ground sloped into a hollow choked with fern and vine. In the center stood a foundation, concrete cracked but recognizable, half buried under years of growth. Rebar jutted out like ribs. Rowe crouched beside it, brushing away dirt. Could have been an early cabin base. The tech was already sweeping a detector. It pinged once, sharp and metallic. They dug where the signal was strongest, pulling up a metal box, sealed and corroded but intact. Inside were photographs. Hundreds, maybe thousands, all Polaroids. Each one showed a sleeping person in that same bed, the same angle, the same frame. Some yellowed with age, others crisp, recent. Rowe flipped through them with gloved hands, his face hardening. This goes back decades, he said quietly. The ranger beside him muttered. Who keeps something like this out here? Rowe didn't answer. He just looked at me. You said your name's on one of those SD images, right? What year did you start this contract? 2019. He nodded slowly. Then someone's been following these records longer than you've been alive. As they packed the evidence, I felt the air shift, pressure dropping, the kind of stillness that makes you realize how far from help you are. A faint hum started, low, electrical. The GPS unit in my hand flickered. The coordinates changed on their own, recalculating, pulling a new line deeper east. Rowe noticed. That normal? No, I said. It's not. We followed the new direction out of instinct, like the forest itself had given a command. Within minutes, the hollow narrowed into a clearing. And there, impossibly clean amid the decay, stood the cabin. Exactly as I'd left it. Roof sagged, door ajar, wood dark but unrotted. One of the rangers whispered, "How the hell?" Rowe motioned everyone to stay back. He approached slowly, hand on his holster, and peered inside. "Clear," he called. We stepped in. Same smell, same layout, same bed under the ceiling vent. But this time the cameras were gone. Only the mounting nails remained, little empty halos on the walls. Rowe turned to me. "This what you saw?" "Yes." Down to the nail. The tech took photos of everything. Then he looked up through the ceiling hole. "There's space up there," he said. Small attic crawl. Rowe climbed the ladder first. Silence for a few seconds, then, "You'll want to see this." I followed. The attic was barely large enough to stand. Dust and insulation everywhere. In the center, a single camera, film, not digital, mounted to the rafters, pointed down through the vent. Next to it, a small metal case connected by wire. The reel was still turning, slow, steady, recording nothing but the empty bed below. Ro reached for the switch. The reel stopped on its own, then reversed, unspooling several frames. He pulled the film out. Squinting under the flashlight beam, the image that developed showed the bed, but not empty. Someone lay there. Someone with my face. Ro said nothing. He just tore the film free, sealed it in an evidence bag, and motioned for us to get out. Outside, the air felt different. Cleaner, almost sharp. We hiked back without speaking. Halfway to the trucks, one of the rangers looked back and frowned. "Where'd it go?" I turned. The clearing was empty again. No cabin, just trees. I stayed in a different motel 2 towns over. No ceilings above me, just stars. Ro called near midnight. "We developed the rest of the reel," he said. "It recorded more after we left. You lying there, then standing up, then leaving the cabin. I wasn't there." "I know. The timestamp's from 3 hours ago." He paused. "There's something else. The frame after that shows the cabin empty again, but a new brass tag on the wall. Number 14. I didn't respond. My mind was somewhere miles ahead, already imagining where marker 14 might be scratched into the trees. Ro finally said, "We're sealing the area. It's off record now. Don't go back." He hung up. I stared out at the woods beyond the motel parking lot. Wind moved through them like quiet breathing. When I opened my glove compartment to grab a flashlight, something rattled. Another brass tag. Identical engraving. Number 14. I left it there. But when I checked my reflection in the truck window, I swear I saw movement above me, like the faint blink of a green recording light.